technical program. Additionally, we have the honor of the 2 keynote lectures delivered by 2 world-class researchers, Dr. Pinji from City University of New York, CUNY, and Dr. Niwan answering from the New Jersey Institute of Technology, NJIT. In each day's program, after the keynote lecture, we will have a morning session and an afternoon session. In each session, we will have about 6 papers, and the authors will give a 20 minutes presentation, including the Q&A part. In the morning session, we will have most about in-person presentations, and in the afternoon session, we will have some online presenters. Next, let's move to our first keynote speaker, Dr. Pinji from CUNY.
So, thanks, Dr. Pinji. So, I give a brief introduction of Dr. Pinji. Dr. Pinji, he's a chair and a professor, mathematics and computer science department, City University of New York, CUNY. Since 2023, Dr. Pinji has worked at CUNY currently as a professor in mathematics and computer science. And CUNY Zhangjiang College of Criminal Justice, where she is a founding faculty member of Digital Forensics Master Program. Dr. D serves as executive officer in the Computer Science PhD and founding director of Data Science Master Program and the CUNY Graduate Center. So her research includes network measurement and data analysis, security monitoring strategy for computer virus network, network security, mobile networks, and the Internet of Things. Her work has been published in leading journal and conference proceedings, such as IEEE and ACM Transaction on Networking, ACM SingleCom, which is the top conference in the field, and ACM Single KDD, and other journal and conference. Dr. D is a recipient of the research grant awards from NSF and other government funding agency. She's a CUNY leading PM on a $3 million award from Google for the cybersecurity research and education. She created the first annual ACM Northeast Digital Forensics Exchange, has been a program committee members for a number of professional conference and journals, guest editor for a number of the professional journals. So Dr. Pinji received the bachelor degree in computer science and technology from Tsinghua University in China, and a PhD in computer science from University Massachusetts Amherst. Welcome, Dr. Pinji. Thank you very much for giving the keynote.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me, and thanks, great thanks to Dr. Wang and Dr. Zhang for your warm introduction and this conference. As Dr. Zhang was introducing me, I have worked in CUNY, the City University of New York for 21 years. This is a hard name to pronounce, and so I'm not blaming Dr. Zhang, who couldn't, pronounce it smoothly. It's 21 years. I cannot pronounce it smoothly myself. So CUNY, yes, we are neighbors. And it's so nice to come to this side of Manhattan today. And you have such an amazing and beautiful facility. And it's really a great honor to be here and share some thoughts with you about, what is the internet. Okay, so how do I present? Where is my slides? Let me see. I don't know. No. It's not my slide. Ah, I see. So you're, okay, so this is what I didn't, this is what I meant. If you change a computer or change a system, all my animations are ruined. I don't know whether, I can do this. Let me see. Okay, so, okay. All right. I promise you, my animation on my laptop is way more beautiful. But let's get the backbone rolling. Okay. So as long as the animations are there, the backbone message are there, I think we're fine. And I don't really want to waste any more time. So I do have quite a number of slides, but I think I have maybe 45 minutes now, 50 minutes. I'll try to hurry. Okay, so today again is a great opportunity for me to talk to you about what is underneath the internet. I don't know. I see a lot of students' faces here. How many of you have taken computer networks class, either undergraduate or graduate level? It's okay to say no. Or yes, yeah, yeah, right. So of course you did. Okay, so a little bit history, right? Right now everybody is using internet every single day, almost like by minutes, right? We as parents we have very hard time to forbid or just take off our kids access of internet. But what is the history of the internet? The history of internet is actually quite fast and amazing. So the baby version of the internet was born around 1970 or in the year of 1969. So if you can see good, so that picture is still there. We'll see. I expect surprises, today, because I really don't know which animations I still have there. Anyway, so the baby version of internet is that the UCLA, the university, in collaboration with the MIT, with the government funding, from DARPA, the military, and they build a network, the baby version network, connecting a bunch of computers from the West Coast to the East Coast. And do you happen to know what is the very first message that was sent ever through this kind of long distance connection? I'll tell you, it's LO. Why LO? So basically, back then, the scientists, they were testing out, the connectivity, right? What do? They have telephones. So, and they were building the computer network, right? So then, the UCLA researcher calls the MIT researcher saying that I typed the login, I typed the letter L. Have you received it? And MIT researchers confirmed, yes, we did. The very first letter flying through the internet, that's L. And then the UCLA researcher typed O, and using the telephone, asking MIT, saying that, did you receive it? And MIT said, yes, we did. Then the internet crashed. So that's why the very first message that was propagated through the internet was LO, low. Okay, so it's because the first two letters of login, they were trying to log in. Starting from then, the internet has grown, amazingly, right, throughout the time. So you might have, even if you never took a computer networking course, you might have heard the term TCP/IP. TCP and IP are two communication protocols, and I'm going to talk about a little bit about what is a communication protocol later. Okay, so but TCP/IP was invented around, or implemented around the year 1973, together with FTP. What is FTP? Imagine, well, not imagine, just take it. FTP is File Transfer Protocol. It is the very first data communication protocol that supports file transferring. Like today, right, your technicians were asking me, how do I, upload this file to this machine, that machine, or remotely, or by email. So before all of that, FTP is the remote file uploading and downloading protocol, support a remote digital file to be transmitted between two computers. Okay, so FTP is there. Then Ethernet was created. Year 1982, Internet was invented. Okay, so were implemented. And I do want to mention the year of 1985, where 802.11 was created. Everybody knows what is 802.11? It is the fundamental, protocol for all wireless, Wi-Fi, for how the Wi-Fis are working, right? So the wireless communication. So after that, we start the whole growth of internet development got into a new era when World Wide Web was created around year 1994. That was when I was in college. Okay, so indeed, I studied computer science And I watched, throughout, if you count my freshman year in college as the start of my career in computer science, my whole entire computer science career so far, 30 plus years already, right? So has been watching the amazing evolution of the internet and how the digital era the internet has created for humankind. And nowadays, when people are talking about AI, all this machine learning, artificial intelligence, by the way, I actually joined my university, Tsinghua University, as a major in AI. When we were having, in freshman year, we already partitioned, the freshmen into different classes with different research focus, and I was in the AI class back then. I used, all this, machine learning techniques to understand the weather data. But, I watched the growth of internet. I watched AI was booming then died. Now, over the past 5 years, maybe, a little longer than 5 years, because of the large volume of data that the internet creates and the high performance computing resources that, humankind are creating, AI come back. And now I don't think AI has any return or turning back, points anymore. So that's a different topic. See, I'm a talker. I really can talk. Yeah, so that's a different talk. I would love to have another, conversation with you talking about AI and ChatGPT later. Okay, so different, lecture. But now, World Wide Web, after World Wide Web was created, that was one, many of you, I see majority in the audience, I think, because you are so young, I think you were born after the last bubble. The boom, that was a .com, around year 2000, right? From 1994, when why 3W is so important, because it provides people, the human being, a graphical interface, and you can interact with it, and you can place orders, you can buy things, you can do online banking, right? All those amazing things. So that's why, that was really a revolutionary moment of the history of the internet and the history of humankind. So then a lot of applications are still, like I showed there, many of them are still around, amazingly. Like, Amazon was there, Yahoo almost died, right? Netscape is almost died. Google really robustly being there around, and we're watching, right? Google is now one of the gigantic, tech company. And that 1998, that's the year when I joined, when I came to the United States and started to pursue my PhD study at UMass Amherst. I started with AI, then switched to networking because I was really fascinated by how things are growing so fast in the computer networks field. And year 2003, there are iTunes. And I remember when we were graduating from UMass Amherst as doctoral candidates, Google was very humble, going to us and doing presentation and trying to recruit the young talents. Facebook too. And I actually do have more than a couple of very rich classmates right now because they joined Google or Facebook back then in around year 2003. Then we know Skype. Do you happen to know Skype? Many of you maybe don't, especially younger ones, because nowadays Zoom is louder, right? Then we have Zoom, we have, Snapchat, and Instagram. That's what my kids are using, the current teenagers. Facebook is already considered old, right? Whoever are still using Facebook, we are the older generations already, right? And WeChat is, I have to mention WeChat because it's really, largely used among one very important, group of population among the Chinese people. Then there are so many, applications, being evolved. Fast forward to year 2022, you can see, by year 2022, we have over 5 billion online, people online, 4 billion smartphone users, and there are, okay, so I can see here. Okay, I cannot remember all these numbers, but the ballpark is really amazing, right? Tens of millions of apps being developed, 2 years ago, just 2 years ago, hundreds of billions of app downloads the year. Then we move forward to last year. What happened? Anyone? ChatGPT was created. Literally, I think I think it's publicly announced about exactly 1 year ago, because it's later half of year 2023. Why? I remember that clearly because I was writing a proposal, talking about revolutionize the whole higher education, right? And without using the current technology. But that was before ChatGPT was announced to be launched. And my proposal was written in earlier half of last year. So now this year I rewrote the proposal and built ChatGPT in my proposal. Okay, so these are all amazing. And don't forget, there's another layer or dimension of dynamic that is introduced in this whole new era of information or data is what? The digital devices. For the old folks like me, or I did use connected wired networks or wired devices or desktops. I'm not sure whether the younger generation is still using desktop at all. Back in year 2012, when my husband and I, we were building our house in Jersey, right? I was so proud that I had the vision back then to request the builder to build an Ethernet cable in every single room of my house. But guess what? They were only used maybe at most 2 years, and only my fax machine and the IP-based phone. The IP phone is still connected through the Ethernet, and the IP phone is being abandoned already. We no longer use fax machine, and they are, again, sitting there just like the old telephone networks, right? Those ports, you no longer use them. That's how fast things are moving. So we have all these smart devices nowadays, right? So, and you might have heard the term Internet of Things. And Internet of Things basically is the next or current generation of the internet already. So we not only need to connect all these desktops, but also the laptops and the small devices that have network capability. I had a black background. Again, I regretted that I gave up my own computer. Anyway, so how does the internet really works? Okay, so we have, as I said, we nowadays have so many computational devices. We have, let me see. Yeah, this is laser, right? So those are the server farms, and this, you can imagine this is like a corporation network. And we have, in addition to those, infrastructure-based network devices or network facilities, we have the mobile devices nowadays. Phones, right? Everybody has at least one, right? Like your mobile devices are network-enabled devices. They are computational devices nowadays. And there are smart cars and drones and robots, right? And in your house, you start to see the smart refrigerators are really being bought and used at residents. And also you have the security monitoring system. A baby monitor system can be remotely logged in, right? Also, we have all these wearable devices. Meta just issued their own, the new glasses, the smart glass. What is it called? I don't remember. the new, like smart glass that they're AR, they're new AR glasses, right? So those are all internet network enabled. Okay, so they can connect to the internet. And in the middle, in the center of the internet, these are the things that you don't see, or even you see, you don't really care about them as regular user. Like these are the base stations, right, that provide wireless connection, provide your mobile connection. These are routers that provide, the network core routing. So how do we organize all of this? Okay, so how do we organize all of this, together? to ensure the smooth transmission or exchange of data of different users. It could be one-to-one or one-to-many or many-to-many users, right? So we have, when we teach computer networks, we know, we always teach a server-client model versus peer-to-peer model, right? You can have people conversing or talking to each other, communicating with each other among a group, or from one point to one point. But regardless, how do we support all these devices, right? Like already billions and billions of applications, and how many hundreds of billions of users at the same time? It's just a lot. So how do we do this? We partition the internet from hardware perspective, into network core and network edges. Okay, so what's in the core? The core, usually we refer to the routers. These are indeed the devices that you don't see, but they are critical. So who manage those routers? The internet providers, service providers, the ISPs, like AT&T, Verizon. People talk about Verizon has better services here on Manhattan in New York, and AT&T sucks, which is true. Although my spouse actually works for AT&T. Yeah, but on Manhattan, indeed, there's phone service really is terrible. But regardless, AT&T indeed was the mother bell. If you are like old enough like me, you might have heard the term mother bells and baby bells, right? The mother bell was AT&T. AT&T used to what was once the dominating internet service provider of the nation, to the point that the Supreme Court had to, do antitrust, whatever, around year 1999 to break up the company into smaller baby bells. So Verizon, Sprint, T-Mobile were all AT&T, part of AT&T in the past. Right now, they are all, taking care of different territories. But regardless, those are the companies that are managing the backbone of the internet. That is the main routers, or tier 1 and tier 2 routers, okay? So, and the routers are put together into autonomous systems. In the old days, we have the core taking care of the routers, and the edge of the network edge, okay? So the network edge actually consists with the enterprise network, for example. Like this here, this building, all these devices connecting to the internet, they are actually on the edge. As computer networking scientist, researcher, we call, all your devices are on the edge of the internet right now. And also, our residential network is on the edge of the network, okay? So Google, when it was just born, it was on the edge of the network. However, companies like Google and Facebook start to make the problems more complicated, but they are also contributing to the society by doing what? By creating their own data center networks, okay? So Google, Verizon, not Verizon, Google, Facebook, Amazon has its own cloud. This big, content providers, those companies, nowadays they are deploying the data center networks all over the globe. Like, my PhD students are doing some Google Cloud-based research, and we got Google support, right? To use their cloud service, and we can create virtual machines, but the virtual machines around the globe, and the virtual machines actually are physically located to, say, in Paris or Australia, and so that we can do some emulation, on the cloud. Okay, so, but why I say, companies like this, they are complicating things because they are now considered both the core or internet service provider and the consumer at the same time, because they are providing contents and they are providing services like cloud. So the internet structure nowadays is getting also, very different than 10 or 15 years ago even. Okay, now, well, let me take one step back. How do we, right, with all this complicated structure, right, how do, two devices communicate with each other? One simple example. For example, if we look at this laptop, okay, so yeah, I saw my animation. So for example, if this laptop wants to download the webpage of Yeshiva University.edu, for example, okay, and let's assume that little black box on the right is the server hosting your website of this university. So what will happen? So what will happen is that this computer, this laptop, will simply send out a HTTP request, right? File downloading. I want to download the website, and then that request will be sent, through the internet, hop by hop. We call this hop by hop. Okay, so one hop after another, from the laptop to the switch, from the switch to its first hop router, then first hop router, to the second hop router, so on and so forth, all the way to the destination. Then the server will respond, right? Will send back. This is already a shortened version of how HTTP works, okay? So we need to do a three-way handshaking to ensure reliability, so on and so forth. But anyway, so imagine that server will respond, will send that web page back. And, that web page is a file. And the file will be sent back to the user, the requester, or the sender, of the request. Also hop by hop. One little thing, does anybody notice a little interesting, situation going on here? Anyone? Extra credit. Very good. Excellent. Extra credit. Yeah, so you can see the response actually came back through a different path comparing to the request. So what does this mean? In network message, actually, they are not, it's sent through all, like this, if you want to, the request and the response are not necessarily following the same routing path, okay? So it can take different paths. Okay, so that's, brings up this interesting topic called packet switching. This is one major difference between how internet works and comparing to how telephone network works in the old days. In telephone network, when you call one person, like if I want to call my dad, right? So in the old days, the line, the wire, the circuit, right? The circuit was reserved for this call, this dedicated call, for this dedicated pair of senders and receivers. But in internet, we basically truncate the messages, any message, any network message of any application into packets. And the invention of packet switching literally enabled the creation of the internet. What does packet switching mean? For example, if you want to send an email, you may be, just bring up your email console, then you compose and you click send. That's all you do as a user. But in the back of the network protocols, it will break up your message. No matter how big or how small it is, whenever necessary, if the file is large, it will break up this message into packets, data packets or digital packets, okay? And your message actually will be sent from the sender to the receiver packet by packet. Okay, so it is the network's job, the network system or network infrastructure's job to partition, to truncate, chop it up into smaller digital packets. Then, at the receiver end, reassemble everything in order correctly and back into one piece of message. And remember, all these little packets that belong to one communication may theoretically traverse through different network paths. So that's the essence of packet switching. One message is, truncated into small packets. What the internet see, the core, okay, so the bottom of the internet, what's behind this computer, okay, so what behind all these applications, those systems, what do? They perceive these packets as little cars on the street. That's why, you do experience delays, right, in your application because there are so many cars. Next time, when you see delay in your video, you remember, Professor Ping said today that there are too many packets, too many cars, too many digital cars behind your screen. They are scrambled together and they are all trying to get through one intersection and they couldn't. Then that's why there were delays and packet drops. Okay, so that is why you experience jitters when you have these video calls. Okay, so these are all, related. So packet switching, remember, that is a very important concept of, how the internet works, okay? Okay, so basically data are truncated into digital packets, and data packets are transmitted hop by hop, also hop by hop. Each hop has a recalculation about which is the next hop that this packet should be sent to. And the packets for different sender and receiver pairs share physical media. Okay, so I should have a different picture represent a different color representing the packets from different applications. Imagine this packet 1, 2, 3. They may belong to 3 different applications or even 3 different users. So all the users, their applications, their messages, their packets are sharing the same media. Okay, so that's why we have TDMA, FDMA, CDMA. What are they? Time division multiplexing, frequency division multiplexing, code division multiplexing. How do we identify or design one piece of wire to support the multiplexing? What's the multiplexing? All these different users are sharing the same media. How do we design the system to support that? That is also system research. Okay, so remember, nowadays, important computer science research area is not only AI. Networking, important. Computer networks is like abundant of sub-areas there. So another thing that I really want to mention about computer networks is communication protocol. Okay, when we learn or study or do research in computer networks, it's all about communication protocol. Okay, so what is a communication protocol? I should put maybe one other, very rudimental slide here. So in human world, when I just, see you, right? I don't know you. The young girl, sitting there, right there. Hi. What do I do? Yes, I said hi, and you said hi back. That is our communication protocol by default in human world, right? So in computer world, how do we, basically, the most important research that the computer network researchers should do is that how do we connect the devices and let them communicate, exchange data, protocols, okay? So the communication protocol is a similar thing. Like, when you want to build one system A, computer A wants to build a connection to computer B, what does it do? It sends a hi message first, then get a hi back, then start to exchange, messages. This is the most fundamental, the very first 3 messages of TCP, by the way. Okay, so, and there are so many communication protocols nowadays built around, all this. And because all of what I just showed you, all these messy, devices, all these messy, applications, how do we aggregate things? How do we manage things together? We partition communication protocol into layers. Okay, each layer has its own dedicated functionality to worry, to take care of. For example, the top layer, I will show you later. Okay, so the top layer is application layer. Application layer is what nowadays, the startup companies, the computer, network professionals, or actually not the network professionals, but the users are using the most, right? The emails, the websites, the Zoom. Zoom is actually an application, online banking. All this cloud, computation, they are actually on the application layer. So application layer developers, they develop application, for example, again, Zoom. Zoom is an application. Skype is an application, right? What do they worry about? They don't worry about the lower layers. Let me show you right now. They do not worry about, the transport layer, what the transport layer is doing. The transport layer is either TCP still, dominantly TCP versus UDP. Either you need a reliable data transfer or unreliable data transfer. Why do we need reliable data transfer? We need, for example, the emails. You want to make sure every single letter sent will be received correctly in order. So that is the essence of reliability, right? So in many, many applications, network applications needs the reliability. But Zoom, for example, video conferencing, those applications, they don't really need reliability. Because human eyes and ears, we can tolerate certain packet loss or jittery. So it's fine as long as I get your message. So it's okay. I don't need, at worst case, I'll ask you to repeat. right? So that's why we have UDP, that's unreliable. But UDP, on the transport layer, why do we need these kind of things? Because it's fast, it's faster. It can support like a time-sensitive applications better. But anyway, so all these communication protocols of internet, they are partitioned or organized into layers. And the top layer is the application layer. Beneath this is transport layer. Okay, transport layer takes care mostly, take care of reliability or non-reliability. Okay, so network layer takes care of the routing. Remember just now we said, like all these packets, the data packets, they are like little cars. They need to know, when I arrive at a hub, an intersection, which export port do I go? So that's network layer's job. Network layer has its own algorithm, very complicated. The backbone routers are really busy. They have their inline, algorithms to control the data traffic. Or, there are sciences done, in that domain, okay? And beneath the network layer is data link layer. That is mostly what the Wi-Fi is working, right? So define how the, channel or how one wire, a physical wire or a wireless channel is shared by multiple applications or multiple users. That's what data link layer do, okay? So, we organize all these network protocols into layers, and it's a layer structure. The data packets carry header information of each layer. Okay, so imagine this is one data packet. We use this kind of figure all the time to represent a network data packet. Okay, so basically, and because we have application layer, transport layer, network layer, and data link layer, and physical layer. Physical layer usually is not the computer science, worry. It's the EE folks, concern. Okay, so literally, how do you physically transmit the data bits from one, device to the other, to the next one? So then you can see actually the real content. Imagine this is your email message. Okay, the real content is packetized with the header. Application header go first. Then transport layer header specifies the port numbers. Then network layer header specifies the IP addresses. And the data link layer header, or frame layer, we also call it, with the MAC addresses. You must have heard MAC address, IP address, port numbers. Okay, now you know where they are in a data packet. Okay, so, and why are this useful? Because the network protocols would do things accordingly, according to exactly what are written in this header. And the header formats have their own specifications, recognized globally by all researchers and technicians worldwide, agreed upon. Okay, so so that everybody can work around it, Now, quickly, where is the intelligence of the internet? In the old days, very old days, everything was centralized. Or in the telephone network, you know exactly how many phones are there, and the center, of the whole system will design the routing or the switching, and the switch network would be developed accordingly. But after packet switching start to take a role in the internet design, or after the internet was really born, this is after telephone network. Okay, so the intelligence or the computational complexity are pushed to the edge. Remember just now I talked about core versus edge, right? So nowadays, or things. Right before 2000, since before 2005 until this day. Okay, so the network edges, meaning all your devices, no matter how small they are, they take care of the computation mostly. Okay, so they will. What is the computation? What is complexity? For example, how is your email console designed? Right? How is the website served at the server end? That, remember, although network web server is on the edge too. Okay, so because it's also running the server web application. Right, so that's pre 2005. That's right around the time that I graduated from UMass Amherst. I got my PhD in year 2003, and I remember we were talking about overlay network back then. Starting to talk about overlay network, start to talk about sensor networks, which is the baby version of IoT, Internet of Things, back then. Okay, right. So then, after year 2005 or after around that time, the intelligence or computational complexity are pushed they are residing not only on the edge, but also on the core, which means the network routers start to do computation too. Smart routing with, protocols like RSVP. I don't know, maybe most of you have not heard about what is RSVP. It is a protocol that reserves bandwidth, reserves, the memories, reserves certain communication resources along the path to ensure guaranteed service of the internet. VIP channel. Okay, so that's what RSVP provide, right? So, but to do that, we need the routers to facilitate as well. That's why the core of the internet also start to be, very smart. And these are the folks that I just mentioned, the Google, Facebook, Amazon, they start to get their data center networks being installed around, everywhere nowadays. And this is why, internet service providing function is no longer just the job of companies like AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, T-Mobile. Okay, so, and those telephone companies, actually, they are moving to, we all talk about 6G, right? Now it's 6G time, right? So what it means, so basically you don't really have the line, telephone anymore. Even you have, your office have this phone installed on your desk. I don't know about the yeshiva, I'm pretty sure you are doing that too. At CUNY, it's an IP-based phone. Behind the wire is actually, they are running the data, the voice data on IP network now. Okay, so, and those companies are going to that direction. What is the 6G? 6G is moving everything onto packet switching. That's basically the very big picture, a general, goal of, very, very rough description about 6G. So, 15 minutes? Okay, I will take, okay. Okay, I'll take my time then. All right, so what I could go on for 2 hours. Are you sure? Yeah. So with all this little bits here and there, the nuts and bolts view of what internet is about. Today I want to use this opportunity to talk a little bit about network security. Okay, so because it's so important. And the gap, this is my mission, my proposal, whatever, my big mission is to educate the public about cybersecurity or network security. Why? Because I, as the nation's first professor who has ever put up a network forensics course 20 years ago, because thanks to Zhang Jie College's digital forensics master's program, that was the nation's very first degree program ever. Seriously, thank you. Hands off. Thank you. So I am frustrated as a professor who put the network forensics course since many years ago, and I still want to touch a little bit of topic of that dimension of research, but it's so frustrating. Because how internet is evolving and how all these techniques, softwares are making accountability or finding who did this so darn hard. Okay, so it's very hard, almost impossible. But anyway, so that's why I feel compelled to then turn around and just educate the public how you should protect yourself. But today it's more on the research side. I'm thinking, if we really need to do the training, that's a totally different thing. But let me, maybe go through a few things and to show you why it's so hard to make people accountable in the internet. Okay, so network security versus network forensics. This is always the first slide. If I still, teach the network forensics course, I now step away from that course because I feel frustrated. I feel sorry for my students because I really don't have a good solution on, how to teach you or to teach, it's only research level. Okay, so how do we make a person accountable for what he or she did, through the internet, because it's so difficult to do network forensics. Accountability versus anonymity, or anonymity versus accountability. Okay, so remember, when internet was built, it was really built for researchers, a group of friendly researchers to communicate, to share, their thoughts and their files remotely, right, from the West Coast to East Coast. So it's built for a group of friendly users to share and exchange data remotely, and assuming no eavesdropping, no impersonation, no network and system hijacking, no wireless, okay? So no social media, absolutely no mobility, nor ChatGPT. Nothing, none of this was assumed when the internet, when computer networks was initially developed. That's why, those 5 layers just now you saw, none of those layers was really having any encryption built in. I remember when I just started my career at Zhangzhou College of Criminal Justice, I was teaching network security. Well, actually before teaching network security, the very first semester I taught HTML. I gave the students a very simple, I was fascinated to see, actually all the username and login credentials can be observed. That was my course project. I asked the students to run TCP dump. Many of you don't know, TCP dump was the previous version of now Wireshark. If you don't know this software, I will tell you right now, people can run Wireshark at this moment to monitor the Wi-Fi network, any traffic, any data packets flying in and out of the same Wi-Fi. Right? So anyway, back in 20 years ago, Zhangzhou, I'm pretty sure Yeshiva, maybe you're about the same boat. And, because back then there was not a lot of encryption. So I asked the students to just run a TCP dump, and they could start the TCP dump and then start to log in to your Zhangzhou computer, user, email console, right? Log in your email. So the username and password are all in plain text. And back then, there was no SSH. If you happen to know SSH, is right now a secured version of remote file transfer. FTP is known to be a security hole, a security risk, because FTP didn't have encryption, and it was exploited, greatly by hackers as a first step to do port scanning to find your vulnerability of your system. Okay, anyway, so back then, none of this was there, but it's just like babies, right? Everyone needs to grow up and learn life is not easy. So therefore, developers and researchers start to integrate, security in the picture. Now this slide shows you the most classic, slide that we teach network security when we teach, in classrooms, right? So what is the network security really is about? What is a hacker? So this slide shows you the most fundamental hacking behavior. Assuming like Alice and Bob are lovers and they want to exchange, secret messages, and through the network applications, right? Text message, emails, and even web messages, right? So then Trudy is an intruder. Trudy, what does it do? Trudy, what does she do? Trudy can intercept. Trudy may intercept, delete, and add messages, or Trudy can simply just do eardropping, right? Just listening there. I just want to steal the message. I want to listen what they said. Okay, so these are all hackers' interests. Then what is the network security task? Cry again. What are the network security tasks? The basic ones, the basic network security tasks. I'm summarizing these 4 most important categories. Us as network security professionals, what do we do? What is our job, right? Confidentiality. So we need to, ensure that only the sender. And I want to read this carefully because I wrote this carefully. Okay, so, confidentiality means that we need to ensure only the sender and intended receiver should understand the message contents. So how is this done? Sender encrypt, the receiver decrypt. Okay, so that's where the encryption crypto, You know, a lot of mathematicians, you know, like are doing amazing things in cryptography, right? That's where the cryptography comes in. Okay, so that's confidentiality. Authenticity. Okay, so authentication, it ensures the sender and receiver, they want to confirm the identity of each other. So that, for example, Trudy, the attacker, will not be able to impersonate Alice, right? So we want to make sure you are really you, who I assume you are. So authentication, okay? And message integrity. The sender and receiver want to ensure the message are not altered, not in transit, or afterwards without detection. If the message is altered, we need to have a way or ways to detect that alteration. Or if a message, is altered, we know that, this one we really should get rid of. Okay, so that's integrity, message integrity. And one other thing, very important task for cybersecurity professionals is accessibility. Okay, accessibility or availability. It means that the services, like the web server, your kids, the kids. I do have kids, so I'm sorry. My apologies to call college kids still. So the students, they need to access like labs, right? Sometimes remotely. So they basically need the remote service to be on and 24/7. So, but it is hackers' interest to bring those services down. And, this problem actually have been escalating. This problem of disabled accessibility have been escalating, dramatically over the past many years, a few years, which really disheartened me. 20 years ago, when I just started to get into cybersecurity research and teaching, thanks to Zhang Zhe's, job back then, it's like cybersecurity. When we go to conferences, when panels talking about cybersecurity, they would just stay on the stage and say, convincing people to get cybersecurity is just like convincing people to buy life insurance, right? You don't feel the pain only when you're dead. So cybersecurity is like that. And, the researchers and developers back then used to say it's so hard to capitalize, meaning make money out of cybersecurity companies, things like that. But now, 20 years later, or 18 years later, I roll back to starting from maybe right around the pandemic time, you have here, my kids, music school got ransomware attack. What are they going to do? FBI will not take any, cases that is below maybe 1 million or 200,000 loss. The PDs, the local police departments, have no capacity, zero, almost zero. They don't know what to do. Okay, I don't blame them. If you look at how much the government or, even the private sectors are, and the education, we should be blamed. The colleges, the institutions should be blamed. We are not training, or the administrators are not supporting, at least, this kind of measures to train the students, to train the workforce so that they are ready to guard cybersecurity in the workforce. Okay, so you hear, last year, large banks on Manhattan got ransomware attack. Large university on Manhattan, I will not name the name, you can find it, got ransomware attack to the point that the whole entire week, the student cannot access anything on campus. So this is really a big issue now. I'm sorry for my overpassionate, tone here. It is getting almost personal to me because I feel disheartened to see why are we not, teaching this? Why are we not collaborating with the practitioners, with the industry? Okay, so I do have, remember, I graduated from a very prestigious school in China and prestigious school in US. I have all my friends, classmates are everywhere. Only 2 weeks ago, I was talking to my college classmate working in Palo Alto Network. If you don't know that company, CrowdStrike? Ring a bell? What happened in the summer? So CrowdStrike problem, basically, Palo Alto Network was laughing because they are the major competitor against CrowdStrike. So software, and system security company, right? So I visited my classmate, and I visited their HR because I want to, develop this connection, with them for my students. And they do have a lot of opening, by the way. They do. Don't listen to them telling you computer science is losing jobs. No, ChatGPT is taking over all this coding job, maybe just coding, but the society still needs computational thinking. And don't forget, there is a big chunk of computer science education and research that is on the system. Okay, the system, network systems, computer systems, operating systems, big data analytics system, high performance computing systems. On the system side, not only AI. AI did die once, and I saw it in my lifetime. I hope I will not see it die again. Okay, but anyway, so you told me, take my time. Are you ready for 3 hours now? Anyway, so ghost of the network attacker. Let me just, I am really having a lot of fun. I love to especially engage this side of audience. Thank you for being patient with me, and thank you for paying attention. Okay, so the persistent goals of network attacks, right? So we see all these, problems, but in summary, I summarized a few goals of network attacks. They gain access. Okay, they try to gain access to your system, your servers, and your personal computer. And then for that, they want to get private information, like through phishing. We all know phishing, right? This is one, network security training 101 or 000. I mean, the most fundamental thing right now, right? So whenever you see any suspicious link sent to you by email, don't click. Nowadays, the hackers are on the next level already. For example, Bank of America, right? They would mimic whatever the real Bank of America email, even in layout and logos and everything, and send to you and ask you to click on something. The other day I was, doing something with the bank. Then the bank literally sent me a text message saying, "Security alert, was this really you?" Even if this was you, please type back yes. Even that text message, I didn't type back yes. This is how careful I am now. Maybe then the bank really, literally banned my account, saying that you didn't respond me, and call us. And I called. I said, because I'm very careful. I don't trust. And it is true. It is true, even through text messages, right? Chase Bank, my friend got this wrong, malicious text message impersonating Chase Bank, and asked her to, click on a link. And actually, she fortunately didn't, because most of my friends are professionals. But sometimes indeed the professionals got overcautious. Anyway, so phishing. This is a common symptom of phishing, right? The hacker, I'm sorry for the font, it's not only me to blame, but I actually am very sympathetic to the system. It's always, the presentation system nowadays is always difficult to maneuver. So the attacker would send a impersonated or altered message to the victim, saying that, okay, so if you want to do get access to this $50,000 loan, you need to click on here and log in to your bank. Okay, so the victim will then think, okay, so this is a real message, right? The victim will log in to the phishing site. And the phishing site, what will happen there, the hacker will monitor, what's going on here at the phishing site and grab the username and password accordingly. Then, then after the hacker get everything that he needs, that the attacker will indeed log on to the legitimate website impersonating that the attacker is that victim. Okay, so that's the common practice and common logic of phishing. So, and this phishing activity, as I just mentioned, it doesn't have to be through emails nowadays. It could, be through text messages, or what is my next one? Let me see. The social, fraud, what is called social engineering, right? Yeah, that's the term, social engineering. So maybe, like the person start to, like get in touch with you through LinkedIn. By the way, after this talk, if you want to link in me, I may not, respond to everybody because, I'm also very careful with the linking now. LinkedIn used to be very good. Right? You have all these people, authenticated already. They are supposedly, they're real them. But nowadays, even the LinkedIn connection could be, go wrong. So anyway, so through social media, social engineering, and another goal for attack is to get finance gain, right? Some scams like, either romance scam or I heard in China or in Asian countries like the elder, I think. Here, maybe a little better. I have not heard a lot of similar cases in US, but the elderlies in China could get scammed saying that, okay, so I have your daughter. You need to pay me $500,000 to get her back. Something like that, right? So that is another type of scam. And also another goal, as I said, is bring down systems or, these are some sample attacking schemes, not all. Okay, so for getting access port scan, for getting private information, phishing, fraud for finance gain, like romance scam, right? I want to be your lover, things like that, and send me money, right? So a bring down system, DDoS, distributed denial of service attack. Okay, DDoS, that's what it means. So all of this can be commingled. They could happen together. And that is not supposed to be that color. Okay, so, and all of this could be, online to offline damage. For example, drug dealing drugs, and what's even worse, human trafficking. Okay, so one reason for me to actually, I took a break from cybersecurity research and teaching, for a few years until Google gave me this money to do cybersecurity research again, roughly 2 years ago. One reason was because it's so depressing. Like the cybersecurity is just, it's like the professionals trying to guard the security, then the hackers always. It's like never-ending competition. Well, in life, there are a lot of things like this, but, in cybersecurity research, one of my doctoral thesis committee member from UMass Amherst, his name is called, he's Brian Levine, if you want to find him out. He's doing amazing research helping the government rescuing kids from the darknet. I don't know how Brian can do it. I just by thinking about it, it's already, as a mother, it kills me. Right? So, but these things do happen, and cybersecurity research and network forensics, is really largely needed, particularly for crimes like this, and they are happening, and they keep happening. Okay, so that's online to offline. Anyway, so every attacker, or criminal, they want to hide their traces, and the internet is really a happy playground for anonymity. Since day one, when internet was born, you can hide your trace. If you know a little bit of how computer networks works, you really can do that. Okay, so and if especially those attackers who want to commit serious crimes or serious damage to the human society, they must have the skill of hiding their tracks. And here I'm going to introduce like just 3 different types of how the hackers can hide their traces. And I can tell you right now, maybe 10 years ago, we could use a bunch of research techniques to correlate network flows. Now, I don't know how to answer that question anymore. I really don't know how to guarantee you that you can trace back who did this through the internet anymore. Okay, so protect yourself. That's the most important thing. So one anonymity technique, tactic is stepping stone. Okay, so instead of this attacker, assuming this is the hacker, right? The hacker wants to attack a destination machine. I think that's the one. Okay, so then instead of making connection directly to that machine, this hacker will use stepping stones. And those stepping stones are end systems and servers. And this could be your grandmother's, 20 years old desktop. Is there still this kind of desktop running? I don't know. But it's possible, right? So then the attacker basically, it hop onto the first stepping stone. And this, by the way, could be in France. And this could be in Japan. And, maybe, get complaints, right? A partner, hacker, sitting in Russia. And, from there, and step onto another machine, back to US. And, log on to your system. And then start to do bad things. So when you notice, okay, so what's going on? These are all your data packets are the only thing that you have an eye on. If you know the technology, both me and my husband, we both have computer science PhDs, and we both studied computer networks, and our home computer got hacked. It doesn't matter, right? But at least we know, okay, it's hacked. We know the symptom, and we know how to retroactively to monitor the traffic. Remember, when you want to do any kind of forensic study, you need the evidence. But one big problem, a huge challenge, the most critical challenge for conducting anything on network forensics is that we do not keep the logs. I bet 100% of you do not keep a log of your network activity. Prove me I'm wrong. If you please raise your hand, I'll buy you popsicle. No one. I don't. I don't either, right? So what does that mean? If you want to keep your network logs, you really need to run software like Wireshark or in the old days TCP dump continuously at home or at the root computer or root router of your home or a residence or at school. I'm pretty sure, I hope, the universities are keeping their logs. Okay, I think the institutions or enterprise, they have to. Otherwise, you maybe to a certain period of time, they don't keep it forever. But if anything bad happens, you need the data trace to go back and to look for exactly at what time what happened. Right at the start of the pandemic, when we just started using Zoom, I was teaching Zoom. Actually, I had an open house because I'm also the director of a master's program of CUNY Graduate Center. I ran an open house. My Zoom session got hijacked. What does it mean? I was talking to these 20 kids, 20 students, prospective students on the screen, and I was done. And all of a sudden, 3 IDs start to hijacking my session, meaning they played cartoons. They played cartoons, during the session. And someone talked really dirty. And my college assistant was a young girl, and she was so scared, and she shut the whole entire thing up. I'm like, no, I want to collect the trace. I really want more trace to find out exactly what happened, who did this. And the good thing is that I did contact, CUNY's GC, IT, and they do have certain, like Zoom-related IP log, network logs there. I was able to identify the suspicious IPs combined with my video recording, right? At this time, these IPs started to send more packets. Everybody else was silent, right? So what? The IPs can be changed, can be camouflaged. The MAC addresses used to be hard to, change your MAC address because the MAC address is associated with each interface, the networking card interface, right? But nowadays, company like Apple, they build it into the operating system, allows your system to automatically change your MAC address over time for the sake of, quote, protecting privacy. So this is why I say there's a dilemma between anonymity or privacy and accountability. Of course, people's privacy need to be protected. I value my privacy so much. However, when actually I'm asking a PhD student of mine to construct a survey. If I teach you this so many bad things can happen, and we really need you to sacrifice a little bit of your privacy to really provide the data. Are you willing to do that? Anyway, so without data, we cannot do any traceback. Where was I? Okay, so right here, you know, this is the only thing that we as the end system or end user can do, can you know, have control, which is our own data. If you want to, try Wireshark, install it in your laptop, and start to, you know, monitor your own traffic. You will be fascinated on, you know, all these data packets. Everything I said today was true, okay? All these data packets in their own, you know, different protocols, communication protocols, can be captured in the Wireshark, you know, traces. But that's it. Again, so when bad things happen, you know, okay, so we conduct a little bit monitoring and we trace back, and, you know, this machine says, oh, this guy did it. And then we go back to this guy, and she would say, I'm innocent. I know nothing. Because her system was also compromised. That's why this could be really benign systems. So that's it, dead end. Good luck. You lost $50K, you know, $100,000 like my daughter's music school. Again, I'm sorry. What did they do? They really hate to pay the ransomware, you know, the attacker. But they have no other choice. They either pay them or pay another, you know, network security company to, you know, reinstall all of their system. By the way, if you want to get rich, I think right now is a good time, a moment for, you know, network security or cybersecurity startups. Golden opportunity. Okay, so another, oh my God. Okay, so another anonymity tactic is Tor. You might have heard this, you know, onion routing. Basically, the idea is, you know, hiding the traces hop by hop through layers of encryption. Okay, so I will skip the details of onion routing because onion routing is actually quite classic. And again, the idea is to layers of encryption using public key encryption system, public key infrastructure. Okay, so I did have some very quick, you know, brush up the basic concept about crypto. The most fundamental one is symmetric key, right? You have one key shared by the sender and receiver, and the sender encrypt with the key, and the receiver decrypt the same message using the same key. That's symmetric encryption. And the public key crypto is more advanced, right? So it has a public and private key pair to do the encryption, decryption. And Tor network is like Tor, right? You know, onion routing. So it's, again, layered of encryption and layered decryption. Every hop in the layer, you know, have their own, you know, key pair to do the encryption. But there's a dilemma of the Tor network. If you have heard the term darknet, they are using Tor network to hide deep, okay? So, and it is hard. And last one on the anonymity tactic is to do botnets, okay? So it's possible the attacker wants to use a bunch of machines to hack a server. This is, you know, botnets is largely utilized to hack down a system, a server cluster, okay, on the server end. And this is their common practice. But don't forget, these machines here, the bots, can be benign. They can be your computer. Sometimes all of a sudden your computer got really busy. You'd better check out what's going on with your system. And the botnets could be sold. There are attackers out there, just their job is to take over the access or get the access to a bunch of networks. Then they sell this to another attacker. And this attacker will, you know, use that to launch the attack. Okay, these are some, you know, tools for forensics. Let me mention it. You know, IP trace back, time-based fingerprinting, flow correlation, but the biggest challenge is really lack of data. Okay, so no matter what theory I can put up, if you don't have data for me to investigate, nothing can be done. And I do want to, in the end, you know, especially for the young mind, you know, do pay attention to computer network research. Don't forget, you know, other than AI, this is another really large and important, you know, area of research and education too, learning. For you to get very good paying jobs, by the way, you know, for the students who are interested. And these are some classic, you know, research there. These are some emerging, you know, research in computer networks. And the bottom ones are what I am recently particularly interested in, okay? So these are the takeaways. That's it. I'm so sorry. I could go longer. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Should I take questions or maybe no time?
Fantastic talk about network architecture and cybersecurity. Actually, I want to say Dao Pingji's research group and also her advisor research group, I think her advisor, Dr. Jim Cruz and Don Towson. So I think that their research group probably, I would say, the top 3 research group in the computer networks in the whole world, all United States, I would say. So they did pioneer contributions in computer networks. And actually, I saw one of the slides that you showed the computer networks textbook, right? I think that's the most popular textbook in the computer networks. You know, when I was a student, graduate students, actually, I used that computer networks textbook. So it's very popular. Thanks again for talk. But let's move to question answer session. So any questions for Dr. Pingji?
Yeah, if we have time, I would love to.
Yeah,
I do recruit PhD students, by the way. If
yeah.
you're interested.
Yeah.
No question? It's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Question. So I actually have a question. So I actually asked this question. I think last time actually about quantum intellect. So actually give the question to your advisor. I think Don Towson. In another conference. So how do you look at the future of the quantum intellect?
Right. Well, first of all, that is an area that I really am not into, right?
Yeah.
You know, like my, Dr. Wang was talking about I have 2 amazing doctoral advisors, Professor Jim Croce and Professor Don Towsley. Professor Towsley, after his 70th birthday, we celebrated together right before the pandemic. He started moving on to quantum computing and quantum networks. So research life is never ending. Okay, so this is a good thing about being a college professor. Okay, so yeah, we have that problem in our industry of computer science too. Most of our PhDs, they go to industry. No, we need educators. We need researchers. Anyway, so with that said, let me try to answer the question. I actually did give it a little thought. I also talked to other people about what quantum systems or quantum computing would really be utilized. I think the one thing that people will see in maybe one of the earliest problems, I hope it will not happen, is quantum, using quantum computer to do hacking. And this is why when you are interested in, doing crypto study, cryptography, I would highly recommend to move on to quantum crypto right away. And who are the sitting ducks and the most vulnerable but the most critical? The banks. So, basically quantum computing is so powerful, it can pretty much decipher or decrypt almost every, crypto technology that we have right now. So that is what really worries me. And if you think about how quantum computer can really be utilized and do something for real, I think right now it's still in the labs. I was in this Google, summit 2 weeks ago in California, and they do have a quantum computing labs. There, they show the picture of like a whole building, large, kind of like a hallway, big hallway size of quantum computer, right? Large computer. But their vision is at 5 years. 5 years, quantum computers will be utilized. But what application? I'm really worried that the very first application would be hacking. Yeah, maybe then, just to do the defense, the study on the defense side right away so that we can think proactively. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question.
Sure.
So first, thanks to Dr. G's great talk. Also, you talked to me about the computer networks. We do care about AI, right? So then I still want to ask you a question about what do you think of the future of AI in computer networks in the next decades, for example, 10 years later or 20 years later, what is the future of
10 years and 20 years too long. I cannot think about that. But AI techniques have been utilized already, right? Like people are talking. Remember, I showed the smart, brain inside in the core of the network. We now have the AI supported routing, right? So, and my students, by the way, are using large language models to try to, identify hacking activity. So it can be used in cybersecurity detection and protection as well. So I'm not, remember, as I told you, I started my computer science career as an AI professional, an AI student, right? So I'm not against AI. It's just, I also don't like to, technical and research-wise, I do not like to chase the fashion. I like to create, I'd like to lead something new. So that is the spirit of research, which I hope to advise to the young minds here, for your future study. Do something different. And to have a vision, indeed, that other people cannot see. But thank you for the question.
So the last question from a student.
It's okay. It's okay. Give them a. I know I know they like my talk. I can see that on their faces. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So we're gonna have a 10 minutes coffee break, and then we come back for the first morning session. Thank you. Yeah. So, yeah, if you are the morning speakers, can you stay here? So we just want to set up slides, everything. Who? Yeah, David. Who else? Simon. Yeah, Simon. Yeah. Simon is here. So, Ash is here. Okay. So.
We are done with this for now. Oh, no, I need to reset it. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing this. So, first let me just make sure this is good. Okay. All right, so it's good. Okay, I'm gonna re-grab this. Yes. Yeah, we have it. Yeah, I'm just working getting higher res, but next is Airfare. Okay. Great. Oh yeah. the image quality before, but that seems to be resolved. Okay. All right, so here's your clicker. So this is forward, this is back, and then if you want a laser.
Okay, let me try.
Yep.
This is forward.
Okay, yeah, it's a big green ball. That's all.
I just want to verify your
This
slide.
one.
You have no
This is
sound,
forward,
no
this
video?
is back, and this is for laser.
Not
You can
on
run.
mine. I'm the second presenter, so not on there. So.
Right. No sound, no videos for your
No,
presentation?
no,
Okay,
I
great.
don't.
Great.
Actually, the first one has the video, but it is fine. It doesn't matter.
Okay, there's a little animation. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually makes me incredible now because you've clearly got a decent setup.
Yep.
I'm just so used to not, you wouldn't risk any sort of thing.
Yeah, we have a setup here with the laptop, so usually if you have your own video, stuff like that, it give you manual control through your laptop here. But right now the PowerPoint's running off the Mac in the booth.
Okay,
So.
that's all right.
Okay, so you guys should be all good to go. All right. Great.
Do you know how much time I have?
Honestly, we're running a bit over, so
Well, we've lost the presentation now.
yeah, we lost the presenters.
So we're actually all right.
Oh.
Yeah, they said 10 minutes for the break like 3 minutes ago, so
Yeah.
probably like
20.
another, probably start like 10:45.
So like I have around 20 minutes.
Individually, ooh, I don't know how you guys are spending every time individually, but I know we go for lunch, I believe at 12:15, something like
11:30,
that.
right?
Is it 11:30?
Nah, let's have a look. Unless you've got it on the video.
Yeah, I guess I could pull it up again. Pulling it up now. Are you serious? I have to log in?
Yeah, it's half an hour. So you've got, well, the original schedule was 10 to 11:30, which, yeah, divide by 3, and that includes all the questions. So given that we are half an hour late, or whatever, but yeah.
If you did lose a speaker, so.
Did we just speak? So as far as I can see, I mean, I'm going to talk for that long, because that's how long.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's up in the first session, she went over, she took her time, so take your time.
Because that's where the blame lies. Come a long way. But yeah, we have it on house.
Really, I'm pretty much here till like, yeah, I'm pretty much here all day, so. However
Yeah,
long you guys
all
want to
day.
take, you know, it's up to you.
You know. Although I do like the idea of lunch, so.
All right. Well, we'll leave you guys to it.
Cool. Hi, in this, like the title should be a bit above. Can you do that?
Oh, the origin thing?
Yeah, no, the data pre-processing thing should be above.
Yeah, it should be above it. Okay. Let me
Cool.
see.
Yep.
Okay, the first presenter?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm the second chair. You chair. Okay, so then I'll introduce.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, guys, let's get started. So we'll start from the first morning session. So hello, everyone. My name is Yucheng Shi, and I'm the session chair of this session. And so I'm currently serving as an assistant professor at the Department of Computer Science at Yeshiva University. So in these sessions, we will have two papers. And the first paper will be Airfare forecasting, a deep learning approach to flight price prediction. So the author is Ayash. Okay, so we will have a 20 minutes presentation and followed by the Q&A sessions. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Ayash Meepaganithake, and I'm presenting our research paper Airfare forecasting, where we use the deep learning approach to predict air ticket prices and make it more accurate than the existing ones. So in this research, what we did is we web scraped some data for air ticket prices and used several machine learning and deep learning models, and then evaluated them whether a deep learning are performing better, and if they are performing better, like which model is performing better, with the goal of finding a better model than the existing models. So why do we predict airfare? When we book an air ticket, sometimes it's cheaper to book early, but sometimes it's cheaper when it is close to the date that we are flying because of the underbooked flights. For example, I'm from Sri Lanka, and last January, just after the New Year, I went to Sri Lanka from Los Angeles, and I thought ticket prices would be cheaper if I booked early, so I booked the ticket about 5 months ago. But when I randomly checked the prices just few days before my flight, and actually it was cheaper. So like that, a lot of people are missing out on finding cheap tickets. And so if we can predict the airfare properly, it will be helpful for passengers. When we compare like on airline side, because when a passenger look at air tickets, they might look 1 day or 2 days. And if it's too expensive, they might not book the tickets. This leads to a lot of underbooked flights, and if we can predict airfare like early, then more passengers will book tickets, and it will lead to more profit for airlines. And air ticket prices are, predicting air ticket prices are extremely complex, because like it's affected by a lot of factors. It is affected by weather, it is affected by seasonal changes, as well as distance, and also sometimes the airline policy changes. So the primary goal of this research is to predict airfare more accurate than the existing methods, and see whether deep learning models can perform better for these tasks than the existing models. So when we look at the prior research, almost all the research used traditional machine learning models such as linear regression, decision trees, and k-nearest neighbor. And we found a couple of papers that actually use deep learning, but even for that, they didn't use a proper data set or a proper evaluation, as well as the deep learning models they use are extremely basic. For this task, we use 3 RNN-based deep learning models, and for them, we use both unidirectional models as well as bidirectional models. And the research gap with existing research is using modern deep learning models than the research that existing research used, and use a better data set than the existing ones, and getting a better model that predict more accurately. So this is the methodology we followed. So actually, at the beginning, we tried to use a data set that was existing, but we couldn't find the proper data set that suited our task. The main reason was, there were a couple of reasons. One of the reasons was almost all the data set focused on either a couple of cities or a couple of airlines. So like for these models, they are not generalizable. If we use these data, then the model that we build won't be generalizable. It will focus more on features related to those airlines or those specific cities. And also another big issue was I think all the data sets we found were pre-COVID data sets. And as all of us know, pre-COVID patterns and post-COVID patterns are completely different. So we decided these data sets are not helping us. So what we did was we found a GitHub repository that helps with a web scraper for a kind of similar task. So we updated it to suit our specific task, and we use that and scrape web data for our task. And then we use some data pre-processing techniques, and then we develop several machine and deep learning models, and we trained the models and evaluated them. So when we moved to data collection, what we did was we used the web scraper to scrape data from Google Flights. And the time period we used was April 25th to November 25th. And for the airports, we used the 6 biggest airports, busiest airports in US, New York, John F. Kennedy, Los Angeles, Denver, Chicago, Dallas, and Atlanta. And for each of these airports, we use all the routes that can exist in these. For example, for New York, we use New York to Los Angeles, New York to Denver, New York to Chicago, New York to Dallas, New York to Atlanta, and Atlanta to New York, Dallas to New York, Chicago to New York, Denver to New York, and Los Angeles to New York. So overall, there were 30 routes. And after we collected the data set, we did some data pre-processing. We used feature engineering, date conversion, normalization, and encoding. For feature engineering, what we did was like when we scraped data initially, for example, we had the date we accessed the data set, that means the date we collected the data set, and the departure date of the flight. So we combined those two data set, features to create a new feature called departure to access to departure dates. So that means how many days early we are actually booking the ticket, or like, so if we want to book the ticket 10 days, how this will affect the price. If we want to book the tickets 30 days, how this will affect the price. This is a very important feature. Like that, we created some new features from existing features using feature engineering. And for date conversion, instead of using a datetime object as one field, we divided it into several features like day of the year, month, and hour. That might be more beneficial for our task. And as all of you know, for any machine learning and deep learning model, we have to use normalization, and we also use encoding to convert categorical variable like airline for numerical variables. And for data splitting, we use a window-based approach. Actually, there's an issue with this diagram. Consider the first is May 25th instead of April 25th because we missed May in this diagram. So for window-based approach, actually there were 7 months, but in here, if there are 6 months and if the window size is 3 months, that means there are 4 windows. So the first window is May 25th to August 25th, second is June 25th to September 25th, and so on. And for each window, we divided the data set 80% into training, 10% into validation, and 10% into test. And also, we didn't do it randomly. We assigned the first 80% of data to training, next to validation, and next to test. The reason we did this was if you randomly assign a training set and testing set, it might occur let's say May 10th. So our model is trying to predict the airfare for May 10th. And if the model is trained on May 9th and 11th, it will definitely give us better results because the airfare for May 10th, not always, but most of the times it is close to the airfare for May 9th and 11th. But in the real case, this is not how it happens. We are predicting airfare for 10 days ahead or 1 month ahead, 2 months ahead, something like that. So we don't have the data for the day before or day after. So that's why we didn't use random assigning, and instead we assign that based on the dates. And we did this for all the windows, and then we got the average of that and used that as the results for the specific window. So when window size is equal to 3, the average of these 4 or 5 windows will be is the result that we use. And for machine learning models, we use linear regression, decision trees, k-nearest neighbor for the traditional machine learning models. And for the deep learning models, we use recurrent neural networks, gated recurrent units, as well as long short-term memory. And for these 3 deep learning models, we use both unidirectional as well as bidirectional models. And this is the example of architecture of the bidirectional LSTM, which is one of the bidirectional models we use. The thing is, when it's unidirectional, it only goes forward. So it doesn't consider past data as well as future data, but in bidirectional, it consider past and future. So because of that, bidirectional LSTM models are able to obtain more complex patterns, more subtle patterns inside Airfare. This is the model architecture we use. So this is the model architecture for bi-LSTM, but it's kind of similar for all the architectures. It was a 7-layer architecture, first an input layer, then a model-specific layer like RNN, bi-LSTM, or whatever model we use. And for dropout, we use hyperparameter tuning for all the models. So for bi-LSTM, it's 0.2, but for some models, it was 0.1. So this dropout layer is a model-specific hyperparameter tuned dropout layer. And then another bi-LSTM or model layer, again another dropout layer, then a ReLU, and finally an output layer. And for the evaluation, in addition to the overall evaluation, we did a distance-based evaluation too for short, medium, and long. If the distance is between 0 to 800 miles, we consider it as short, 800 to 1250, medium, more than 1250 as long. How we came up with this number was as I said earlier, there were overall 30 rules. So we wanted to divide the data set kind of equally. So what we did was we looked at the data set and the distance between all the routes, and we tried to divide it 10 for each category. So there are 10 for short distance, 10 for medium, and 10 for long. For example, Denver to Dallas is short, Denver to Atlanta is medium, and Los Angeles to New York is long. And for the evaluation matrices, we use mean absolute error and mean squared error because this is regression. For mean squared error means square difference between actual value and the predicted value. So the MSE is kind of prone to outliers. So if there are a lot of outliers, MSE is not that good, but mean absolute error is the absolute difference between the real and predicted value. So we use both of them to see whether there's any difference between these evaluation or like whether they follow the similar pattern. For hyperparameter tuning, we tuned learning rate, dropout value, as well as epochs. For the learning rate, we used this fixed learning rate of 0.1, 0.01, and 0.001. Also, we tried with some dynamic learning rate approach where we started with learning rate of 0.001, and if the model performance didn't got better for 10 epochs, we dropped the learning rate by a factor of 10. We also did some early stopping. If the model performance didn't improve for 25 epochs, we stopped training. And however, the best performance was found when the learning rate was fixed at 0.001. And for dropout value, we checked with dropout 0, 0.1, 0.2, and 0.3 for each model. And for bidirectional LSTM models, the best performance was dropout value 0.2. For epochs, we found that 100 epochs was the best for this task. Let's move on to results that we obtained. This is the mean absolute error comparison for different window sizes and different machine and traditional machine and deep learning models that we used. So if you look at this, you can see that both GRU and both LSTM models perform better than other models. Specifically, bidirectional GRU, unidirectional and bidirectional LSTM models perform better for all the windows. For 4 months and 5 months, bidirectional LSTM model performed the best, but for 6 months and 7 month time windows, unidirectional LSTM performed better. Overall, also bidirectional model slightly performed better than unidirectional model, but we obtained the highest result when the window size was 6, and for that, the best deep learning model was unidirectional LSTM model. And if you look at traditional machine learning models, their performance was not as good as deep learning models. And if we just compare between them, for the MAE, decision tree performed best for traditional machine learning models. And this is the mean squared error comparison. It followed a kind of a similar pattern where unidirectional LSTM model performed best for 6 months and 7 months. And bidirectional LSTM model got best results for 4 months, 5 months, as well as overall. Again, the best results were obtained when we used 6 months of data, and it was when we were using a unidirectional LSTM model. However, one of the biggest differences, if you check the performance of traditional machine learning models, linear regression model performed better than decision tree in here. So I think the reason for that is the way that they're handling outliers. So decision trees are handling outliers differently than linear regression. It is better, so that's the reason that decision tree had better MAE, but linear regression had a better MSE. And as I said earlier, in addition to overall evaluation, we use a distance-based evaluation. So this is for 6 months or when window size is equal to 6 months because it gave us the best performance. For short distance, bidirectional LSTM model performed better, performed the best, but for all the other like medium and long distances, unidirectional LSTM model performed best. And for overall also, unidirectional LSTM model best. When we check results of MSE, it followed a similar trend again, where like for short, bidirectional LSTM model performed best, but for long and medium as well as overall, unidirectional LSTM model performed best. And also like you can see that RN models performance are not good, and GRU model performance was kind of comparable to, especially the bidirectional GRU models performance was kind of comparable to LSTM models. And conclusion, of this research are like there are several conclusions. One thing is deep learning models perform much better than machine learning models, and all GRU and LSTM are comparatively good, specifically bidirectional GRU and both LSTM models we used here. And LSTM models outperform other models. Another conclusion is like for traditional machine learning models, the performance vary depending on the evaluation metrics we use. Decision tree is better for MAE, but for MSC, linear regression is better. And for future, we have a lot of tasks to do. We have a lot of ways that we can expand this research. We only use domestic flight results for this, so we plan to expand it for international flights, but it is a lot of work because like there will be tons of data when we expand it to international flights. And we want to use a bigger time period, like for this we only use a time of like 7 months. We want to expand it at least for 2 years, so it will be able to grab the patterns in like seasonal trends and seasonal trends more. So it will definitely increase the performance. And another thing we want to use is like current state of art methods for time series data is transformers. So we are currently working on using transformers for this task. Actually, we already did some research on that, and so far the transformers performance are good, but they didn't exceed the performance of bidirectional or unidirectional LSTM. But again, like the transformers we are using now is basic, and I believe like when we are adapting it to suit our task more, they have the potential to get even better results than LSTMs. To recap, what we did was we extracted air ticket prices using Google Flight website with the web scraper, and then we reprocess the data, and then we use 3 machine learning and 6 deep learning models, and then we evaluated them based on MAE and MSC, and the best results were obtained when we use LSTM models, and all the machine learning models performance are not as good as deep learning models. Thank you. If you have any questions, just ask.
Thank you, Ash, for your excellent presentation. So any questions for his work? So maybe I can start asking a first question. Yeah, so Ash, what do you see as the unique challenges when it comes to using deep learning models to predict the Airfare prediction, for the Airfare prediction?
So for deep learning, to work better, we need a lot of data. So for deep learning models, we need a lot of data for any task. So Airfare, it's kind of same. We obtain better results than machine learning models, but like we used 7 months of data. I believe if we had a lot more data, like 2 years or something, we can get like much better results. So specifically for LSTM, we need a lot of data. And actually, that's why we try to look at existing data set, but we couldn't come up with a good data set. So we will make the data set we obtain public, and also like we are trying to increase the data set so like future researchers can use that and it will help their research.
Sure, thank you. Sure. Thank you. Yeah, question.
I'm just wondering how much of the amount of work you do in this process is devoted to normalization?
For normalization, it was not a lot because like it is kind of straightforward step. So it was handled by one of my teammates. I don't think for normalizations they have to do a lot of work, but for feature engineering overall, it was like, let's say 5% of the overall task. The hardest part was like extracting data and like extracting data because like we had to collect a lot of data and it took a lot of time. That was the hardest part. Sure.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, deep learning models will consume a lot of resources compared to traditional machine learning.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a comparison, like how much deep learning model is more computation intensive compared to traditional?
Not really. The thing is like this data set was not super huge, so like it didn't take a lot of time. Actually, again, like it took around 1 hour, like 1 hour, 2 hours for model to train with the data set we use. It was still like comparatively a lot bigger than, it consumed a lot more time than traditional machine learning models. But on the other hand, transformers use less resources than LSTM and GRE models, so like transformers is much faster. That's what I noticed. So like when we go forward using transformers, like will be the way, because when we have to handle a lot of data, it will be helpful.
But then for LSTM, how many layers have you used? If you
Or
increase the number of layers, then it will,
yeah, there were 7 layers. Hmm?
if you increase the number of layers,
Yeah.
you did not make a study on like if you increase the number of layers, how is the performance? You did not make an application study about that.
We tried it a bit, but not with the whole data set. We did it with a subset of data set because like it will again take a lot of time. So we didn't have that much time. If we increase the layers, it depends. Like sometimes it might increase the performance, sometimes it might not. So when we tried with the small data set, like actually this number of layers was the best performing. So that's why we stick with this number of layers. Mm-hmm. So we actually started this project for a class project, and class project was due in like, we have to do it within 6 months, and then we use Google Flights for web scraping because like other websites like other flight ticket websites like won't legally give it to us. So with Google Flight, it was not that hard to do that, and we were only able to find 7 months of data because after that, Google Flights didn't have data after that time period. So that's why I said like we want to increase this data set. That's why initially we wanted to use an existing data set, but there wasn't any existing data set that would be useful. Almost all of them are pre-COVID, and it's completely different than the post-COVID patterns. So since Google Flights had data, when we extracted data, Google Flights only had data up to that time. That's why we stick to that data. Mm-hmm. It depends because like there won't be a lot of difference, but there might be some difference because like December pattern might be different. That's why in the future work I mentioned that we are trying to expand the data set for around 2 years because then like seasonal trends will be handled better because like, yeah, December flight prices are different, but in Google Flights you can only extract data, the future data. So that's why we stick with this data set. Mm-hmm. So there's a feature called access to departure date. So in that, like, let's say like I collect, if I start in January, Google Flights will have 6 or 7 months of data. And then I have to collect data again in June or something that will have 6 to 7 months of data. So this is a repetitive process that we have to continuously do if we want more than 6 to 7 months of data. Sure. Mm-hmm. That would be a better process, but like it is not that practical. So like instead of that, what we tried was like we tried every month. We tried it for like about 3 months, but like initially the data was only available to 7. But since like we chose that time period, even when we collected later, we chose the same time period because for this research, I thought like it would be better. But if we are doing it for future research, then what you said is like useful, but it would be better if we can automate the process, but doing it manually is like much harder and like it is not that practical. Mm-hmm.
So based on the data that you use, how accurate was your prediction?
These are the actual values we got. So for MAE, like it's around like $50 difference. So like since the ticket prices are like around close to 1,000, and sometimes, like, let's say average was around 700. So it is not bad, like it is kind of good actually. It's better than the existing research, and like $50 difference is not huge, I think. It is, it's a good price, good ME. Yeah. For this research, we use only economy class, but we use different airlines. We use there were 6 or 7 different airlines. So airline is one of the features, so like we have to select the airlines and it changes price. So like, for example, Delta is called like a high-end carrier and Spirit is a low-end. But we only compare the results for economy class. Any other questions? I mean, I'm kind of busy with a different task because my main research is different for my PhD. But like one of my teammates is kind of working on this, so like hopefully he can come up with some commercial tool. Sure, thanks.
Let's thank our presenter again. Okay, great. So let's have the second presenter, Simon, and his research is topology of inclusion, European regions, and the digital divide. Okay, let's welcome our presenter.
All right, well, yeah, so thank you for that and for the opportunity to present this work. Yes, there it is. Right. Okay, so this will be slightly different in the sense that, you know, my background is I'm an economist working as a senior lecturer in data science at the University of Manchester, and my kind of route into digital data processing is the power that data holds to tell us about, you know, real-world economic phenomenon. So it was great to have the opportunity to come and talk about that here. So this talk really takes some very kind of fundamental theory at its base. And that's the idea that if we can see data, and if we can see what models are doing, then we can understand more about the quality of the performance of those models. So this is a lesson that goes all the way back to the work of Anscombe, 1973, and way back. And that work is sometimes, I think, ignored. And I don't want to cast any aspersions on any of the talks that we'll receive, and I apologize, I'm going straight after one that was a machine learning talk. But essentially, what we're trying to do in any of our data modeling is map. We're trying to take some inputs, and we're trying to map those to some outcomes. So whether that was airline pricing or whatever, that's what we're aiming at. And whenever we're doing these models, we know that the more flexible that mapping function, the more it can map the data correctly. However, when we move out of sample, those accurate mappings may or may not translate to the test sample. And that's why we do the test training split. But essentially what I'm arguing is that visualization sits not only at the start where we want to understand our data, but also at the end where we want to understand what the model is doing. So this example is on the European digital divide, but it's illustrating the way that topological data analysis and the work that I do across multiple disciplines can actually help in that purpose. So for those who aren't familiar, this is basically Statistics 101. This is the Anscombe example. And it's from the 1970s, so we are going back a long way, but what that is 4 data sets. Okay? There's one X variable on the horizontal, there's one Y variable on the outcome. Now, all of those data sets have identical first and second moments, and crucially, they have the same regression line. So the red line on all of these plots is identical. Now, I generated these data sets with many more points than the original Anscombe one, because obviously Anscombe didn't have a computer in quite the same way for doing this. But essentially, we always show this to our first-year students and say, well, do we think these relationships are the same? And the immediate answer would be no. But, as I said, they all have the same regression line. They all have the same R-squared. So when you see those fit statistics, you don't know whether you've got which one of these. So obviously some of these are more apparent than others from summary statistics, but I'm saying have a look. So I'm drawing on topological data analysis, and this is a relatively new way of thinking about data. It goes back to the work of Gunnar Carlson at Stanford, published in 2009. And essentially all we do is we take data points, like we just saw on a scatter plot, and we put those now in a multi-dimensional space, because as Carlson argues in the abstract of the seminal paper, data now exists in many more dimensions, many more variables. And so a two-dimensional scatter plot perhaps doesn't work, but a multi-dimensional plot does. So we solve the problem of the multi-dimensional plot with the topological data analysis ball mapper, or TDABM algorithm. Now that comes from my co-author, Paul Dlotko, and because I doubt many of you have seen it, it's not in the paper that we submitted, but I'm going to show you how this works intuitively. I'm going to show it you in 2 dimensions so that you can see it. I know that you would never use this in 2 dimensions, okay, because you can already see it. But essentially, I'm going to use 2 input variables, 2 x's, a horizontal and a vertical, and I'm going to get a point cloud, which looks something like this. So the point cloud in 2 dimensions is the scatter plot. It's simply taking a data point, giving it a coordinate on an axis according to the value of that variable. So these data points are all got coordinates on x1 and x2. We can use a coloration, and this is our outcome variable, so we can color this according to whether these outcomes are high or low. Blues are high, there's a low area down with a low x1 there. We can usually see this and we can talk about it. So some excellent work by people like Cleveland on the many faces of a scatter plot that talk about that. Now, what the algorithm is going to do is it's going to create an abstract visualization of this data. And we're going to use a single parameter for this. We're going to use this ball radius epsilon. Now, in 2 dimensions, a ball is a circle. So intuitively, that's a nice circle with a radius that's fixed. And that parameter is the only parameter of the algorithm. Now, you can ask me, what is the optimal parameter? And if you have a specific objective in mind, we could train this model, and we can use a test set and a calibration set, etc., to train this. But actually, if you think about it, when you're trying to map something, you use very many scales, and then it depends on the level of the accuracy you want. So for my walk here from my hotel, I used a very detailed map of New York. But if I was working out my flight, I would be using a globe, okay? Because I've come across from the UK that's not going to be very easy if I use a detailed map at the sort of street level. Within this building, of course, even more detailed. So that optimality depends on the purpose. And I'm going to argue, use the one that works for you. So we're going to cover, I think it may have skipped, but don't worry. We're going to cover basically by, first of all, selecting a point and drawing one ball at random. And then, basically we're going to keep going, and we're going to keep selecting points at random from points that had not been covered. So yeah, something's gone slightly wrong in the order of these slides. So we're going to do that, and then that gives us a set of balls. Okay, these circles are all balls. Now, what we can then do is look at the points within a ball, and one of the things we may want to do is capture this coloration, and that means we can color our central points according to a function. Yeah. We may want to know, it's gone off the bottom. We may want to know about where these balls are relative to each other, and we do that in the algorithm by drawing an edge between any pair of balls that have a non-empty intersection. So again, you can see this because it's 2 dimensions. You can see these lines, these edges in the graph. That's what they're doing, okay? You've probably noticed I've got numbers next to the balls at the moment. That's to help us remember how many points were in each ball. Because one of the things we like with data is to know about density. And we can keep that density by, in fact, by sizing these points according to the number of points in the ball. So these circles now, these disks that represent each ball, they're colored according to a function of the data that was in it. They are sized according to the number of points. And essentially then we can see where the more dense regions of the data were. So I can lose all of that information. And what I have is still something that represents that underlying data. Okay, so that's there. Now, in 2 dimensions, I said it doesn't matter because, you know, we can plot 2 dimensions, it's no trouble. But what I'm going to say is when we take away the axes and we make this thing abstract, it still stores all of that information about which balls were near each other. We've got the density information, we've got the outcome information. So this is an abstract representation of that first data set. Now, was this a multi-dimensional data set with lots of variables, then this 2-dimensional abstract visualization is useful because now we can see it. Now we've got our map, okay? And we can talk about where sort of high outcomes and things are, and we can go back. Of course, the algorithm knows where which points are in each ball, etc., so we can interrogate back. We can use that interrogation to look at the variations of outcomes within balls. We can do lots of things, and my research has lots of examples of that. Okay? That was a very quick overview of the algorithm. So that's the original data set, and all of those features of that data set are captured within the thing. So we know that this is a separate group. We know that we've captured it. So the outcome that I'm going to look at today is to do with the digital divide. So where things undoubtedly changed in the pandemic, one of the questions that gets asked is, well, how ready were we? So in Europe, how much regular use of the internet was there? How many people were regularly buying goods and services online? Because we all switched during the pandemic, but you know, where were we before that? And for this, we're using a level of data called the NUTS2. Okay, so the NUTS is the system of dividing up space that's used in the European Union. NUTS2 would be still quite a large area, so it would take a city and its surrounding rural areas, typically. So what we in the UK would call a county, but yeah, it doesn't quite translate to counties over here, but certainly smaller than a state. And that data is collected by the European Union and used for this study. The digital divide essentially is just understanding the range of use both within area and across. Okay. And ideally you'd want to study different internet technologies, but the survey focuses entirely on the use variables. So summary statistics, which I've argued in Anscombe are not much use, are there. So we know we're going to use regular internet use and goods and services as our outcomes. We're looking at population, because that's a measure of demand. Population density helps us understand the ability to build infrastructure, because it's easier to build that internet infrastructure if you've got a dense population versus a spread. We use disposable income for obvious demand-based reasons. Tertiary education also helps us understand kind of receptiveness to the internet and is used in the digital inclusion literature widely for that reason. And likewise, unemployment serves as another demand indicator, but also serves as a technology adoption indicator. So those are the variables that are widely studied here. We can look at things like correlation, and you know, this is just an extension of the Anscombe argument, because the correlation won't actually tell us that much about the overall relation, the overall structure of the data. It will just tell us that there are relationships within here. So we do see sort of positive correlations of variables like income and tertiary education with internet use. So for example, variable 6 is tertiary education. That's got a 0.7 correlation with internet use. Okay. So here's the picture. So our picture is a 5-variable picture, and it's colored here according to internet use. What you immediately see is that those purples, they're up at 90% or above, and that's up the top end of the plot. Over to the right, we're seeing usage down as low as 65%. And that's very low, and this is 2018. So, you know, given the history of the internet adoption we were given in the keynote, that's quite a big difference. And that actually is possibly quite surprising when we saw it doing the research here. We see a lot of points out over on the left. These are the disconnected points. These are like outliers in the sense, you know, big cities like London or whatever, Madrid, they will have very different characteristics than most regions. Okay, if we look at the purchase of goods and services, it's a very, very similar story, but look down the bottom now, and that sort of ball 20, ball 21, less than 30%. So if you think that we all had to switch to online purchasing, it's quite a notable distinction that goes on there. So then we said, well, okay, well, where are these areas? Well, balls 7 and 23 up on the right there, that's Eastern Europe. Those areas are predominantly Eastern Europe. What was interesting to us, at least, was that balls 20, 21, and actually 13 down there are Italy. So that made us go back to literature and say, well, hang on, why is Italy so low in this? And there's some excellent work on that for anybody who's interested. So if we look at the various variables, population, as I said, cities like London just stick out. So actually, if we look at the levels of population in millions, the big capital cities, they sit well away, and that's why they do. If we look at a variable like population density, again, you know, big cities, higher density, and that makes sense. If we look at the disposable income, then the difference between those Eastern Europeans, 7 and 23, and that high adoption region up the top there, that comes quite apparent. So we can see that. And then we see that, in fact, those Italian regions, 2021, actually quite low income, disposable income, relatively. But you see balls down the bottom, like 11, that's actually a relatively high income variable, but lower on other things. So we can, yeah, I apologize, it's still labeled disposable income, and hopefully they'll let me change the paper, because I realized it is this. This is, in fact, the percentage with tertiary education. You'll notice the numbers change. So my apologies. I hope I can change it before it gets published. But yeah, so that was that. But anyway, essentially you can see, again, a big divide, and we can see that those 20 and 21 were okay for income, they're low on tertiary education. Finally, unemployment, well, those are high unemployment regions, but those Eastern European regions are not particularly, you know, not got unemployment problems, but we saw the income. So this map helps us to talk. And if all it was a first kind of discussion, that often highlights patterns that are missed. So we have papers published in things like regional studies on voting behavior, where that's it. By seeing the picture, we were able to bring through a lot of stories and arguments that hadn't previously been shown with data. But of course, and so that just finally, those are the regions, so we can see IT is Italy. So you can see a lot of Italy. FR, by the way, is France, so that's there. But you can see Bulgaria, Hungary, whatever, Romania. So in the paper, we just show you that those are the regions. And that's one of the powers of this technique, because, of course, we can just literally go back and say, well, where are they? And that will tell us. So how consistent is this picture? Well, as I said, there's a single parameter, so the statistician in me wanted to see some confidence intervals. So what we do, we estimate the ball mapper algorithm at a series of radii increasing in 0.01. We do, I think, 1,000 repetitions in this paper, and we get an empirical confidence interval on the highest and lowest colorations, and we get something like that. So there is a clear distinction at the lower radius. As you imagine, as you increase the radius, the balls get bigger, the averages converge, and that's what we see. If we look at the buying goods and services, that is more pronounced between the highest and the lowest. I should also stress for this, we do only consider balls with more than 5 regions, so where like London's on its own and really high, we don't want that to cloud this picture, so we left that. These are for the bigger ones. So there's definitely a difference, there's definitely something there, and those variables can help us understand. We don't argue that we've chosen the correct variables, we've followed the literature. Of course, there's a whole exercise in making sure you've got that right, but where you can see these differences, then we know that there's something to model. Okay? Number of balls behaves like you might expect. Increase the radius, you get less balls. That's not an elbow plot, and I'll preempt that question. It's not. It purely tells you that the bigger the radius, the less balls. Okay? In terms of the size of the balls, number of regions, well,
we get some isolated regions all the way until we make the radius really large, but the number of very similar regions, the density of that space is high as we increase. Okay, so very quickly, I'm not seeing the time. Very quickly then, to talk about the model. Well, we did this with OLS because, essentially this is for social science literature. They like OLS. So we did it with OLS, and we did it with and without fixed effects, just to show you what happens with that, and align our work with the literature. So we can estimate models, just as Anscombe did, and then this is what you would put in your paper, a nice little coefficient table, lots of significance, significant positive coefficients on disposable income and tertiary education. In the non-fixed effect case, that's what you want. Every now and again, you get a sort of surprising statistic, like here, tertiary education in the fixed effects model is negative, and that's not what you would expect. So, we might spend a long time trying to explain. But what we're showing is that, in fact, it's because the joint distribution matters, not the independent variables that we see here. So what can we do? Well, we can plot residuals. Now, of course, a residual should be randomly allocated across the space in exactly the way that a residual plot of a single variable would show you random allocation. But in fact, we do get a bit of a pattern here in terms of how the model can perform, and that's important. Actually, some of those biggest balls where you would expect an average of around 0 actually have averages of around 2. So the basic OLS wasn't doing great. The fixed effects, in fact, actually does worse because it gets some things quite wrong, because if you're doing a fixed effect at a country level, the variation within country is important. So, yeah, that one didn't come through that well. And then we repeat it with so we've got those. So essentially, the paper was to show you how, yes, we can understand the digital divide using some commonly explained variables, but how, in fact, we need to think about what the data looks like and how those relationships behave within our data. So it's going back to that model of Anscombe and saying, well, visualization is hugely important to understand the structure of data. In exploratory data analysis, it's really key, because those simple statistics, whether it's the summary statistics, first and second moments in that table, or the correlation matrix, they don't tell us what the data looks like. And if you want, there's another nice paper by Matejka and Fitzmaurice called the Datasaurus. If you've not seen that, check it out, because that really shows you what you can do with data of similar statistics. So we need to understand that. We need to accept that what we're trying to do is get the best understanding of the mapping that takes us from data to our outcomes. So taking us from the characteristics of regions to the digital, both use and divide. We're mapping that space so that we can understand in exactly the same way that we map the space physically so we can understand where we are now. The model selection is inevitably a trade-off between bias and variance, but as we show in one of our other papers in the European Journal of Finance, we showed that, in fact, sometimes the extra benefit that you're getting is actually coming from the ability to fit outliers. It doesn't follow that that the gain that you get in that bias-variance trade-off comes entirely at the mean, if you like. It doesn't apply universally, and in fact, when you start to look at the residuals and understanding the models, you may be throwing away a lot of interpretation from a simple model like OLS purely to gain better fitting of some of the outliers or some of the more extreme points. And that may or may not be desirable, but I argue that it's something we ought to check. So those were the kind of the key contentions of the talk. As I said, the paper presented an example, and I think we've seen that clearly things have changed after COVID-19. We wanted the application to be to see where we were ahead of that, and to perhaps make us think about new technologies and how well adopted they are in the event that we now need to face another challenge like COVID-19. But what I'm arguing is that this technique and I can talk a long time about different mapper techniques. I have a whole MSc module at Manchester looking entirely at this, so we could talk a long time. But essentially, that's important. We should look at our data, think about what's there, both at the start and as we evaluate our models. So thank you.
Thank you for our presenter. So any questions about this work?
As an Italian, I could tell you we're interested in eating and we are shopping. That's another story. But was this done by device? In other words, what was the definition of internet access? Was it just desktop, mobile? Just want to know if the mobile device, with some of those other countries, might have superseded a desktop or a tablet connection.
That is a very good question. It's taken directly from the European Union survey, so I would have to check what they defined as access. And obviously this data should say relates to 2018, so yeah, how much of the sort of smart, should be a reasonable number of smart devices at that point, but yeah, it's a fair point, so I shall, yeah. Okay, so essentially, I mean, you know, my point of this talk was that this should be widely considered. We've got papers looking at financial returns, looking at the stock returns across financial space, so that's the equivalent of the Farmer Macbeth. We've got looking at credit risk, because, of course, you want to isolate risky firms within the overall space, so we have that. We've got work looking at voting patterns that I mentioned, and I've got more ongoing work looking at both the recent UK election and obviously looking ahead to the election that's going to be here in November. So we have a lot. Essentially what I would argue is anywhere where you have this data, and it may in fact be historic time series, you can embed a time series just as easily as you can embed multiple variables. You just use lags instead of the different x's. So we have work in topology using that lag approach. I apologize, it's not published yet. It's on the very final review, the financial review. They just wanted to change the titles of sections. So that'll be online soon, I hope. But yeah, basically anything where you've got multivariate data, I argue it's important to do this. And it's a small team of us that have been trying to pioneer this in the social sciences. I think I'm the only person who teaches it outside of mathematics, for example. So, again, we were seeing this benefit of being a pioneer. I hope I have similar success as this, as Ping did. But so a lot of applications. I have PhD students looking at this. I'm happy to talk to anybody about any data set that they want to talk about. We have R software, Python, etc. So it's all available. But yeah, don't get me started on too many applications. I will be here a long time.
Okay. Oh, question.
Yes. Yeah. So TSNE is a PCA-based method, which is good if the PCAs work, and bad if they don't. So in essence, if you're using any sort of dimensionality reduction, you're throwing away information because you're necessarily only considering the PCA, for example, coordinates. And that might be fine. That might be no problem at all. And in fact, when you get into lots of dimensions, you may wish to do a combination of reduction and. But what I would argue is that if you're reducing down to 2 dimensions to allow the 2-dimensional plot, you're throwing away quite a lot, depending, obviously, that, my co-author's a mathematician. He spends a long time trying to prove which data set is best for mappers and which one is best for things like TSNE. I should also point out there is another topological data analysis mapper algorithm. It's slightly less stable. It comes out of the original work of Gunnar Carlson and his team. And again, the paper, the original block code 2019, deals with some of the stability issues of that mapper. and there's a trade-off. So there's lots of ways of doing it, and even if you, for whatever reason, don't want to use this way of doing it, even though I'm going to argue it's better, what I am really arguing is that you should look, and we shouldn't forget what we're taught in Statistics 101, and yet how often do you see empirical papers not even think about why they're getting better fit or what their data looks like? And that's a big issue in most disciplines, I think. So yes, there are other algorithms, and we have technical work that deals with the comparison. Yeah, I mean, yes, because essentially, like I said, with credit risk or whatever, you're a bank, you want to lend money, you have characteristics of your borrowers, you want to know, given this combination of characteristics, is this a person we can lend to, or is this a company we can lend to? The original work in that space tended to use like linear discriminant analysis, which would isolate certain zones, certain combinations, but that's like imposing a linear split. You could use a model, and I'm sorry, you could use a model like a random forest that will split things into very small areas, but data-driven. It's not driven by historic evidence, and you can again find that random forest models might get biased over to fitting outliers or fitting certain cases when, as a bank with explainability, you didn't really want that. So what we found dealing with the finance community is that actually the explainability is a really key thing. So allowing them to move beyond the linear discriminant while still having the explainability is something that these sort of visualization approaches allow.
So what I'm more interested is, like, I want to work on computer vision using images. Can we convert that images data into localizable data?
Yes. So there's a lot of work by the team in Oxford who use this on like X-ray images and things, and sort of and my apologies, so medical scanning images for cancer detection and things. Because as long as you can convert it into a numeric representation, and my understanding is that you certainly can with images, it's measured on grayscale or whatever, but through the pixels, once you've converted it into that, then you can perform the analysis on that. So there is a lot of work in that space, not by my team, because we don't have an infinite time, and we've got plenty of social data to go at. But yeah. No, it's as I said, there's a lot of the team in Oxford are doing a lot of work on that, and yeah, so there's papers and stuff out there. So yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Simon, for sharing your thoughts. Let's thank our presenter. Okay, so let's continue to the second session. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ming Ma. I am the section chair for the morning section 2. So we will have our presenter, Harsha, for diabetes and hypertensive retinopathy classification from retinal images using dual vision transformer. So let's welcome Harsha. Yeah.
Hello all, myself Harsha, and my project is diabetic and hypertension retinopathy classification for retinal images using dual vision transformers. So first, why I choose this project? So hypertension retinopathy and the diabetic retinopathy is two diseases which occur in the retinopathy, especially in the eye, and it is very important to detect these diseases with a better accuracy and in less time. Usually, doctors do this manually by checking the fundus image whether the patient has the disease or not, but sometimes it may take longer time, and sometimes it is less accurate. So I proposed a model which can detect these diseases in lesser time and more accuracy. Previously, there have been a lot of research done on this area, especially on fundus image. They're proposed like many machine learning and deep learning methods to classify the disease, especially in fundus, but not particularly on the hypertension and the diabetic. In my project, I focus more on these two diseases, and later there are like more attention layers and like some transformer models which train the model on more complex data, and they use these learning features to predict the lesser data. So in my research, I worked on transformer-based model where I developed a dual pathways which can accurately detect the disease. Coming to the introduction, there is already existing work using vision transformers, and I extended vision transformers to the dual vision transformers, which can give better results than the VIT. And we have used like several metrics like accuracy, F1 score, precision, and recall to compare the results. And we have used so far like resonance, densenet, VIT, pre-trained models to compare these results. This is a model pipeline. At first, we collected the data from the online. This is the fundus image. And then we pass it to the pre-trained mechanism where we reshape the image into 244 cross 244 dimension, and then we scale that into a grayscale, and then we did normalization by dividing with the 255. And then we passed this pre-processed image to the dual VIT model, and then we added few fully connected layers at the end, and then finally we add a softmax layer because it's a binary classification, so there's one more layer, the fully connected layer, and then we got the predictions. So coming to the dual vision transformers, as I said, there is vision transformers which used only single pathway, and then in dual vision transformers we used two pathways, one for pixel level feature extraction and one is for semantic level feature extraction. It contains mainly two blocks, one is dual block and one is merge block. This is the backbone for this dual vision transformers, and I will explain these two in the later presentations. Coming to the dual block, this is the main architecture of the dual block. Especially in VITs, there is only one pathway. This is the pathways which they used in vision transformers. But in this project, we extend this into two pathways. One especially for the semantic purpose, and one is for the pixel purpose, because it collected the lower features, and it recognizes the bigger features. First, we take the input and we convert it into a patches, and we then embed that image, and then we add the positional encoding, and then we feed that to these two networks parallelly. This network, we use a multi-head self-attention, which there is key value query, and then we used the normalization for normalizing the weights, and we used another multi-head attention, which inputs were taken from the pixel pathway. This is the pixel pathway. And then this is a query, and this is key values. And then we use the layer level normalization. And then we feed this output to the pixel level to communicate the results between these two. And then we use another block, the merge block, which concatenate these two results into a single block. And then we use the normalization, and we use the multi-head attention, key value query. And we split this into two parts, and then we feed this into a feed-forward network. And we repeat this process like in our project, we used like 7 times. We tried with different number, like we tried with 3, 4, 5. And then we got the better results for especially for the 7 of these dual and merge blocks. Coming to data set, we have collected from 3 sources. 2 is from Kaggle, and 1 is from a state data set. We collected like 1,000 diabetic images and 1,000 hypertension images. 1,000 because like we collected more diabetic images, but we only collected like 1,000 hypertension. So due to imbalance problems, the accuracy is not good. We try to avoid this problem by generating more hypertension images. We used like GANs, we used diffusion models, but those results are not good, so we extracted that. So we only used like 1,000 diabetic and 1,000 hypertension images for training, and then we collected 100 more images from the state dataset, and we tested our model on this dataset. And training part, as I said before, we used like 4 different models, ResNet, DenseNet, Vision Transformer, and this is a dual vision transformer, which is our model which we proposed. And then we used like binary cross-interview for classification. And for GPUs, we used Google Colab. It has some limited GPU, like 15 GB. And we used like PyTorch framework, and we used Adam Optimizer for training, for optimization with this 0.001 blending rate. And we used like 4 different metrics. One is accuracy, precision, and recall, and F1 score to compare these results with the different models. And for batch, coming to the batch size, all the models we have used is like batches is 32. For ResNet, we have used 32, and DenseNet we used 32. Everything is 32, but except the dual vision, because it is more complicated model compared to the all these models. So it exceeding the GPU limit. So we converted from 32 to 64 to 32 batch size to train the model. These are the results we got. For dual vision transformer, we got 97%, around 97% accuracy, whereas for vision transformer, we got 92. And for DenseNet and ResNet, we got very less accuracy, like 85 and 86 respectively. And for F1 score, for dual vision transformer, we got like around 98% accuracy. And for vision transformer, we got 92. And for the rest of the two, we got very less, 80 and 82. Similarly, for precision, we got like 898 for the vision transformer, and like rest is 87 for DenseNet, and 88 for ResNet, and 93 for VAT. And finally, for recall, we got 97.998 for dual vision transformer. So we extend the vision transformer with the 2 layers dual vision transformer, which got better accuracy compared to the vision transformers. And for the further work, we haven't tried various other models. We only particularly focused on the transformer-based model. If we have time and we have like good GPUs, we were trained with very complex models, very big models compared to these simple architectures. And we also didn't get good results for generating more diabetic data. Maybe if we have time, maybe we can try with complex diffusion models to generate more data for diabetic, especially for the hypertension images. So any questions? Yep.
Thank you, the presenter. Any question from the audience? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So is your model trying to do a binary classification for the presence of DR, or is it classifying it into different?
It's a binary classification because hypertension doesn't have the stages, only DR have the stages. So it would be a different problem, right? So that's why it's only binary classification between hypertension and diabetic.
So if a person has to like have DR or hypertension in the future, can your model?
Yeah, we got the accuracy of 97.98, right? So yeah, it's performing good. Yeah, I think it could predict very well.
Other researchers did not work on this data set. Do you have the accuracy of some other researchers?
They mostly use CNN-based models. Those are not good, around 93 and 94. This is the one which we got, the better one so far. Mm-hmm.
You have 2 different pathways, right?
Yes.
After that, in the third phase, I believe we have populated and fitted after passing into the multi-area.
Mm-hmm.
So did you do any averaging scaling for that particular layer? Like, is there any specific intention for concatenating and splitting a layer?
Because after splitting, we will pass that outputs to this layer again. So it should have 2 inputs, right? So we split that into 2 layers. And because it is for the only for the pixel level, like lower level, it is for the semantic level, the bigger level. So if you concatenate these two, then the results would be better than training separately. So we thought of concatenating those two pathways. Yeah, actually vision transformers only used one pathway. Vision transformers only use one pathway. We used double one. This is like comparison between single and double.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, the presenter. Thank you. Our second presenter is the David Lee, and his paper is a novel data-driven mathematical framework for Olympic medal counting system. Thank you.
I need to learn how to use that thing. What's the button to turn the page? Oh, okay, let's go back. Okay, thanks for having me today. So this research is about data-driven. We built a mathematical framework to evaluate the Olympic medals. And this is actually not about machine learning or deep learning or transformer, the ChatGPT, right? We come back to the basics, right? We want to use the data to build the statistical model to evaluate the Olympic medals. But this research is not about for the Olympic Games, right? This research, we actually build a framework which can be used in the application in the real world, right? I will talk about that at the end. Yeah, so let's start. So during the summer in the Olympic game, the period, some of my former students and I had a good discussion about these things. So we started the discussion in a very simple topic, right? So during the Olympic Games, we try to rank the country by the medals, right? We basically rank by the gold medals or by the total medals, right? And then we start to talk about that. I believe everybody has been thinking about this thing at some point, right? The thing is, we don't think this is a very fair measure to just rank the country by gold medal or total medals, right? So there's something is not right, right? So we think there must be some way to evaluate the medals, right, from the mathematical point of view, and we try to solve it, right? And we actually did some research online, and we found, surprisingly, this is still an unsolved problem, right? And we think about this a while, and we think this is actually solvable. So we develop a mathematical theory behind that, and we actually give you a quantitative answer at the end, right? So the goal, I think I already said that. The button doesn't work. Okay, I will not use the button. Yeah. So we want to build a mathematical model to solve this problem, and this model actually we can use for any ranking system, right, based on sampling. We will talk about why this is based on sampling, right, and this will be some application in the real world. Okay, so let's look at what we have now, and then let's ask the right question, right? There are several ways to rank a country, right? As you already know, I put the picture on the right side, and this is the final rank. As you know, we rank a country by the total medals, right? And the United States 126, and China 91, and so on and so forth. But by looking at that, you know something is wrong, right? You know Australia has 18 gold medals, and if you look at France, and it only has 16 gold medals. But somehow Australia is behind France, right? Because the total medals are lower than France, right? This is not right, right? This is not right. Yeah. So, and also there's another way to rank this is just purely looking at the gold medals, right? And in that way, we will see a different order, right? But both of the solutions do not seem right, right? So about the format, right? The format seems like a change. I really don't know the down the road, what about the formulas, right? Yeah. So we need to ask the right question. The right question is, I put that here, and here. Yeah, sorry about this format. So we need to ask the right question is, if we think one gold medal, we want to ask it equals to how many silver medals, right? We can say equal to X silver medals, and we can say equal to Y bronze medals, right? That's the question we want to answer, right? And so we need to figure out a way to get this quantitative number. And so how to find this X and Y? Well, maybe the first question is, do we really have an answer for that? Or is this answer universal, or is it spot specific, right? And we can answer the question very simply. It has to have an answer, right? Let's say I have a silver medal and you have a gold medal. I say, let's exchange. You are not going to do that, right? Because you have a gold medal, you think that has more value than my silver medal. So it's definitely not the one mapping, right? But what if I say, I have an unlimited amount of silver medal. Let's say 1 million or 1 billion of silver medal. I want to exchange it with you for your gold medal. You will definitely agree on that, right? So it proves there must be a number in between so that there's a fair value. They will be equal, right? So we know there must be some number with X and Y. We need to find this number, right? So there must be a solution, right? But the solution is universal or is spot specific. We will learn that, right? So this is some existing the solution we have. And unfortunately, I don't feel there's any mathematical foundation for those solutions, right? Seems like some random number from some people without a mathematical background, right? So, like for example, Fibonacci number, they assign 3 points to gold medal, 2 points to the silver, and 1 point to bronze, right? And so on and so forth. And none of them actually give you any mathematical reason for that, right? So that's not right. And also, for all of this, as I mentioned, this solution is same to be a universal solution, right? So same number for every different sport in the Olympic Games. That's also not right? You know, some sports are more competitive, and some other sports do not have many players, so it should be much easier, right? So that's not the same, right? And these numbers are actually oversimplified, right? So they ignore the intensity of the competition and the number of participants and the historical contextual factors, right, influence the outcomes, right? So we need to have some better solution for that. So our proposal is we use the probability theory. We want to count each player's performance, and we want to use that to evaluate the medal difficulty, right? And the goal is we want to assign the different weight to the medals based on the sport-specific probability, right? Oops, sorry about the format. I didn't expect that. Okay, I hope you can see most of the things, right? So the probability weighted medal count is actually, let's start with a simple case, right? So let's say from one individual player's point of view, right? If I join the competition, and from my view, what's my chance to get a gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal, right? So let's assume I think I have a 1% chance to get a gold medal, and 4% chance to get a silver medal, and then 10% chance to get a bronze medal. So for the medal count, this is a raw count, 1, right? I just get a medal, then a medal is 1. But if we think about the probability or think about the difficulty to myself, I can simply say, well, 1 gold medal equals to 4 silver medal, right? Because that's 4 times harder, right? So that sounds reasonable, right? And 1 gold medal equals to 10 bronze medal because the difficulty, right? It justifies the number, right? So we can simply say, well, we can use this probability ratio, right? Then we can basically get the probability weighted count, right? So in this case, 1 gold medal equals to 4 silver medal equals to 10 bronze medal, right? So that's the very simple case, right? So let's get that deeper on that, right? Let's look at a special case. Now, I become a good player, right? So I can think, or from my point of view, right, I have a 1% chance to win gold medal, and I have a 4% chance to win the silver medal, and I have 1% chance to win the bronze medal, right? If we follow the same approach, we compute the weighted count, then gold medal is always 1, and then silver medal is 1/4. Well, if we follow the same approach, this guy is 1%, will count as equal to 1 gold medal. That's not right? So let's make some adjustment, and this adjustment is based on cumulative probability, right? What we think is, well, if you have 4% to get a silver medal, then you should plus the 1% to gold medal. That's your 5% chance to win silver or above, right? And the result, it depends on your probability or your samples, right? And so if we think about this way, then we can recompute the probability, right? It's the cumulative probability, right? And so the gold medal is 1%, the silver medal or above is 5%, and then bronze medal and above, that's 6%, right? So if you follow this formula, right, or use the ratio of the cumulative probability, then we can readjust your medal count, right? So now it seems to make more sense, right? 1 gold medal equals to 5 silver medal and equals to 6 bronze medal, right? And that makes more sense because if you look at the bronze medal, it's actually just a small extra probability, right? So intuitively, silver medal and bronze medal should have a similar value, right? And this justifies this assumption, right? So this seems to be more reasonable, right? So let's move further, right? And so what about this thing, right? So now the only question is, how do we get those probability, right? I said, from my point of view, if I join this competition, I assume we know the probability. But now, seems like we already have a formula to compute the ratio. Now, the only problem now is how to estimate the probability, my winning probability, right? So let's look at individual or single players statistical model, right? You can think for one single player, the performance actually follow a normal distribution, right? Like for example, if I'm a runner or a jumper, right? My performance is actually follow a normal distribution. I have the mean, right? Like if I run then for 100 meters, I have 10 seconds, that's the average, but I have some standard deviation, right? Sometimes I run faster, sometimes I run slower. So we can assume everybody has such a normal distribution, the statistical model for the performance for himself, right? Yep. And so now we have another assumption, right? We can assume in order to compete to get the medal, we need to compete with everybody, right? So let's make it simple. In the real scenario is not the case, right? You probably partition into several groups, and you only compete with the groups, and then you go to the final round, right? But let's make it simple, and we can assume each player compete with against every other players, right, in this spot, right? Yeah. So let's continue. And now let's say so this is for single player the statistical model, right? So if we want to compete with other people, then the things are getting a little bit complicated, right? So this is important, right? A competition in the Olympic Games is just a random sampling, right? Everybody brings its own normal distribution to the game, right? But to determine who wins and who loses is based on random sampling, right? Samples from your own distribution, right? So we can compute your winning probability, right? If you compete against another player, right? So based on this, the probability density, right? Everybody has such a probability density formula, right? So based on that, then we can say your probability, the difference, right? Basically 2 samples, right? If I compute with you, I pick a sample, you pick up a sample, 2 samples, the difference is follows this distribution, the probability density function, right? It's basically another normal distribution with the variance equals to variance 1 plus variance 2, and the mean equals to mean 1 minus mean 2, right? I hope you know that, right? And so this is the result of one round competition, the probability, right? And of course, we make it a little bit simpler because we think there's no correlation between the 2 players, right? But if we do want to include that, it's simple, right? We can just put the correlation here, right? And the correlation we can, based on the historical data in the time series, we can compute that, right? So it's not a problem. So it's simple, right? Yeah. So this is the probability for the probability density for the result, right? And then what's your actual probability to win the game? It's based on the cumulative probability distribution function, right? So that's the CDF, right? The CDF is, if this part is greater than 1, then we think you actually win the game, right? If this is greater than 0, it means you win the game. Less than 0, that means you lose the game, right? So we need to compute the probability on that, which is basically CDF function, right? And so we want to compute what's the chance of this guy, right, is greater than 0, and then the mean is just the difference of the mean, and standard deviation is the square root of the variance, sum them up, right? So that's simple, right? So this is the chance you compete with another player, and that's the chance you win, right? And of course, this also implies what's the chance you lose, right? It's just 1 minus that, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is from the, let's say we're still from the point of view from one player, right? If I join the competition, then what's my chance to win the gold medal, right? To win the gold medal is actually simple, right? We have to, I mean, myself, right, have to win all of the other players in the sport, right? So I need to compute the probability. If I compete with every other people, right, that's a probability, and then I need to multiply all of them together, right? This is my chance to win the gold medal, right? I have to win everybody, right? Well, the second, the scenario is a little bit complicated, right? What's my chance to win the silver medal? Is I have to win all but one other player, right? And if you follow this formula, it's actually pretty simple, right? I want to win everybody except one other guy, which is a K, right? And I lose to K, but I win everybody, right? The K could be anybody, right, in the competition. So I need to sum them up, right? So this is the final formula, right? This is my chance to win the yeah, so this is my chance to win the silver medal, right? Win everybody, lose to one of them, and then I sum them together, right? So that's simple. And then let's move on, right? So what's my chance to win the bronze medal, right? To follow the same idea, it's actually simple, right? I have to win everybody but two other players, right? So let's say it's K and L, right? Kind of overlap, right? So I have to win everybody, that's the total probability, right? Then multiply by the two people I actually lose to them, right? And the two people could be any two people except me, right? And so I just sum them up, right? So this is my probability to win the bronze medal, right? But this is only from my point of view, right? And how do you evaluate the how many silver medal equals to one gold medal? we need to combine all of the individuals' view together, right? And this is very simple, right? If everybody thinks it's very difficult to get a gold medal, then it must be difficult, right? If everybody thinks it's easy, it must be easy, right? So we just compute all of the probability and then average them, right? So this thing is the formula, right? We compute everybody, right? And then we need to compute everybody's chance to win the gold medal, right? And then we average them, right? So this is the overall, the difficulty level to win the gold medal, right? And then we'll follow the same approach, right? All you need to do is to compute for the probability for everybody, right? And then you average them, right? So this is overall the difficulty level for silver medal, and this is for bronze medal, right? So you can think, you know, from all the statistical data, then we can estimate the probability, right? The overall difficulty level, right? Yeah, so that's the thing, right? So let's go back to the basics, right? As we learned, we want to use this the cumulative distribution to estimate the ratio. We just follow this formula, right? And we can use the gold medal as the baseline as 1. So we want to compute the ratio of other medal with regard to the gold medal, right? So this is the probability weighted silver medal count, right? Which is this thing, right? Because this is a discrete case, so we can break this down into P1 plus P2, right? And then bronze medal is P1 plus P2 plus P3, right? So that's the formula. And now we already have the P1, P2, P3, and then you put them together, you can estimate the ratio, right? So let's run some the simulation, and then we want to understand if that actually makes sense or not, right? And this is a simulation. So let's say we have a 3 players game, right? So let's say one game is not very popular, only 3 people will compete each other. Well, you can imagine the silver medal and the bronze medal should be quite easy, right? And so let's see. Because let's make one more assumption is we can think the 3 players have the exact identical skills level, right? So all of the sigma and the mu, they're all the same, right? For the simplicity, right? So we can simply compute the probability, right? One guy, the chance to win, another guy is half the chance, right? If you compete with another people with the same skill level, of course, it's 1/2, right? And this is based on symmetry rules, right, to have 1/2, right? And the chance to lose for one people, another people is also 1/2, right? So this is a very simple case, right? And so based on the winning probability, right, and so we can follow this formula we have before, right? So for one player, your chance to win the gold medal is 1/4, silver medal is 1/2, and then bronze medal is 1/4, right? And so because everybody is identical, so this probability is also the average probability, right? So this happens to be same as this one for this simple case, right? And based on that, right? Based on that, then we can put that in the formula, then we get the answer, right? So that basically says 1 gold medal equals to 3 silver medal equals to 4 bronze medal, right? So that's simple. And that's not a surprise, right? Because we only have 3 people competing in the game, right? So if you do nothing, you will get a bronze, right? If you do something, you may win, then you get a silver, right? So silver and bronze should have a similar value, right? And gold has some real value, which is 1, right? So it kind of justifies this number, right? So let's look at a more complicated example, right? So let's say we have 10 players, and all of them have the identical skill set, right, skill level. So we can think if you want to win everybody, you want to win 9 of the other people, and everybody you have half of the chance to win, right? So you put them together, you get this total probability. That's for one person. And as I mentioned, everybody is identical, so one person's view is the same thing as the overview for the entire difficulty level, right? So this is the probability to win the gold medal, right? The second one is the bronze medal and the silver medal. You have to lose 1. So you have to choose 1 people from the 9 people, and then you lose, and then you win other people, right? And then, so no matter you win or lose, that chance is too powerful 9, right? So you just compute the combination and then put them together. That's the overall chance to win the silver medal, right? And follow the same approach, you need to lose to 2 people and then win other people, right? So you choose 2 from 9, and then that's the overall chance to win the bronze medal, right? And then this is the final result, right, for this simulation. And it tells 1 gold medal in such a competition equals to 10 silver medal, right? And equals to 46 bronze medal, right? So as we know, this thing is specific for each of the game and for all of the participants in the game, right? Because all of the probability depends on who you compete with, right? Yeah. So that's the framework, right? And so that's the conclusion, right? This we provide a framework to quantitatively compute how many the 1 gold medal equals to how many silver equals to how many bronze, right? So that will provide a more robust foundation to compute the ratio, right? But this framework is not just to solve this specific problem, right? This is can be used for any other ranking system, right? Based on sampling, the basic competition, right? Let's say if you attend an exam, right, and then based on the exam score, then we'll rank people. This is a sampling-based competition, right? But on the other side, well, we know now the college ranking, that's different, right? Everybody submit the statistical data, and then based on the statistical data, we rank the school. That's not sampling-based, right? And Olympic game is sampling-based, right? And everybody has their own distribution, and then the final result depends on your samples, right? If it's not sampling-based, like we rank the college, then the Olympic game will be much simpler, right? Everybody just submit the data, then we just immediately rank people, right? And so that's much simpler, right? So that's the thing. And this actually has some applications in the real world, right? Let's say, for example, in the financial industry, right? In the high-frequency trading. And every high-frequency trading, they need to minimize the latency when they place the trade, right? If you place the trade, which is 1 millisecond slower than other people, then you don't get the trade, right? And so every company built the networking system to minimize the latency. So the latency itself is a random normal distribution, right? It has the mean and it has the standard deviation. Your chance to win the game, you run the first, right? To put your trade into the exchange, what's the chance? It depends on the samples, right? You send a signal, and if your signal actually runs ahead of other people, it depends on the sampling, right? You can compute what's the chance you win the first. When you come to your signal goes to the exchange first, you get the best deal, right? And if your signal get to the exchange in the second place, you are not getting the best deal, but you will catch up some of the leftover trade, right? Which means you make less money, right? So this is we can use this approach to compute your probability, right? And to estimate your profit, right? In the high-frequency trading world, right? Yeah, so that's all of this research. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David Li, for the presentation. Wonderful. So any question regarding this topic?
Yeah.
How easy is it to then convert this to recognizing that the performance of an athlete or an entity would depend on the most recent performance of that athlete? Because
that's a good question. Yes, that's a good question. So that could be more complicated, right? So let's say we collect each player's the most recent data, and then we can use that to estimate the normal distribution, right? But for each of the player, the performance actually is changing over the time, right? We couldn't use the last 10 years data to build the model, right? So we can think we simplify the statistical model for every people, right? The actual model is not just the normal distribution, it's a stochastic process, right? It has a drift, right? The drift may go up or may go down, right? It has a drift plus randomness, right? So if we put the stochastic process into the entire world, the theory, we can still use that to compute the probability, right? And this is something beyond this research. We can continue to do that, right? That's a very good question, and it's very realistic. Thank you. Say it again, what's the question?
Can we extend the same methodology to calculate the probabilities for a group sport where multiple players will be playing?
Yes, this is not a simple thing because I couldn't go back. So because this model is simple, so this non-cooperative multiplayer games, right? So everybody compete with other people and individually. But if you think the group, like a soccer team, right? Group to group, then we need to estimate the groups, the statistical model, right? And that relies on the correlation between the team members, right? If a soccer team, they have a very strong correlation, right? Then the total performance will be better, right? And then we can still use this model to compute the probability, right? But we need to compute the correlation and then get the group, the statistical model, right? That's a good question. Yeah, I think we can. I think there's a simple solution, right? We can get a factor for the hosting country, right? So every country, and then based on the historical data, right, we can compute the ratio, right? What's the chance to increase the number of total medals, right? This is simple, right? We get the historical data, then we can compute the ratio, and then we can simply multiply the ratio to the France people's the mean, right? So they will increase everybody's performance, and then we use the same theory to compute the probability, right? It's just a ratio to multiply to all of the home country players, right?
Any other questions? Actually, I have one question. So first, in the 2024, the Paris, held the Olympics. So you are interested in using your criterion or system to calculate the number of the medal. So suppose in 2028, Los Angeles, United States will hold the Olympic again. Is there anything you want to improve your current criteria or system to apply to the new Olympic game in 2028?
Yes, that's a good question. I think from time to time, if you look at the ranks, right, the rank actually doesn't change much, right? United States, the most time is the number one, and followed by China, right? And sometimes followed by Russia, right? I don't know why Russia is not on the list, right? Yeah, so they have a very strong correlation from time to time, and if I can integrate that correlation together with my model, then I can use that to better calculate the next time the ranks, right? But again, this is not about machine learning or deep learning, so we're not trying to predict anything, right? This is a purely statistical model, and we get some fear the medal counting, right? That's the problem. That's the research you want to try to solve, right? It's not to predict in the future, right? It predicts nothing, right?
Okay, thank you, David Lee again. Thank you. Oh, you have another question? Okay, sorry about that.
That's originally that's a good question, but now it's not, right? Because like for a small country, and like for example Belgium, right? A small country compared with China, but the reality is there's some Chinese people actually immigrated to Belgium, and then they get into the Olympic Games, right? So we couldn't really count based on the economics for the country and the population, that doesn't make sense anymore, right? People can hire those the immigrants and then to represent the foreign country, right? So this is the competition for the entire human being, right? It's not for countries, right? This is not about the country. This is about the competition itself, right? How intensive this competition is, right? It doesn't matter how many people from one country to compete the same thing, right? Let's say, for example, ping pong, right? And Chinese team is very good. They just show up and then collect all of the medals, right? But it doesn't mean this thing is less value, right? To get the medal, you still need to compete with everybody. It doesn't matter which country you are from, right? If everybody from China, that's fine. We still have to compete everybody to win the gold medal, right? So this is the competition's intensity itself matters, right? Thank you. That's a very good question. I was about to talk about that. This model simplified so that everybody has to compete with everybody, right? But in reality, it's not, right? You only compete with a subset, right? And there are two ways to solve the problem. You can, based on the groups, you can compute how many people you actually will compete with and what's the probability, and you follow the path, you can still compute the probability and sum them up together. That's one way, right? And let's do a simple way. It's no matter if you compete with other people or not, you can still use the same approach to compute what's the chance to win that people, right? Doesn't matter if you actually compete with that people or not, right? So you just put two people together, compute the probability, you're done. Then you put another two people together, compute the probability, right? Average them, you get the total difficulty level. It doesn't really matter if you actually compete with that people, right? So that makes things much simpler.
Thank you, David Lee, for the presentation. We have our last presenter, Gary Pro, for the topic defining algorithmic transparency, who is online, I think. Yeah.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for having me. I wish to apologize. I already bought my flight ticket to arrive. Sorry, I've been told to start again. I'd like to apologize. I bought my flight tickets to arrive physically in New York, but my flight was canceled due to the situation, security situation in Israel, so I'm giving this talk online. I'm going to do something which is unheard of. First, I'm a lawyer, and I'm going to speak in front of exact scientists. And the second is I'm going to be very short and concise, something that also any legal studies person doesn't do. I'll introduce myself. My name is Gadi Pearl. I'm from the Hebrew University, Jerusalem, Israel. I'm PhD candidate in the law faculty, and I'm the research coordinator of the Federman Cybersecurity Research Center. And let's start. I'm here to talk about algorithmic transparency, which is it's something that a term that is being used all of the time, and I'd like to get to really know, because I think it's being used so much and nobody really says what it means when he talks about algorithmic transparency. First, I think it's understandable by everybody that AI is being used in various services which it wasn't used in the past. AI brought the ability to have algorithms or programs running in situations which were, factually uncertain and morally uncertain, and you see them in new areas. You saw them in banking, consideration of loans. You saw them in welfare and fraud detection in the Netherlands and in the US. You saw them in policing in San Francisco and also recently in Israel. You saw them even in intelligence gathering. But as coinciding with the fact that they're being used more and more is the problem that we also see malfunctions. We see misuse and bias. And we see them being used not in places they were supposed to be used, and we see them providing undesired results. The wonderful case I think everybody knows about in the U.S. is the Compass case, where algorithms were used for deciding bail, and they found out, of course, it was bias in the data, and it was inflicted in the wrong place against people of African descent versus Caucasians, and it created a problem. So you see a lot of legal studies and a lot of places saying, okay, so we need algorithmic transparency to solve it. But the problem is that although it's being highly used, and Berkman Klein Center issued out a research that it was being used 92% of pages talking about regulation of AI, there is no one clear interpretation of what they actually mean when they say AI, transparency in the algorithm sphere. And I want to talk about why is this happening. First of all, you have to understand that to turn transparency originally comes from administrative law. It came from the fact that if once you had, only 12 officials deciding about something and whatever they said was right because they said it, now you have to have transparency because you have new public management, you have large administrative systems, and they have to show what they did, and they have to show how they did it, and they have to go to the courts, and they have to explain to the public. But the problem is that algorithmic transparency is not only about administrative law. It's not only about the government. We're going to apply something in the public sphere. And it doesn't exactly fit to private law because normal commercial firms don't owe me the same things that the government owes me. So it really doesn't fit. And another thing is that it's algorithms. What do you mean when you're talking about algorithmic transparency? It actually, I'd like to say that if we thought that neural networks were opaque, then algorithmic transparency is as opaque as a problem it wants to solve. And then you have the various interpretations in various fields. You have scholars saying it's the right of the user. Others saying, well, maybe it's the duty of the manufacturer. You have legal remedies which are different. Sometimes you have sorry, I moved forward. Sometimes you have governments saying that it's part of a toolkit talking more about explainability. Others talk about other things. Coglianese, it talks about two types of transparency. There is this fishbowl transparency, right? The same way you can see your fish inside the bowl. And that's just, revealing everything. Maybe they want that, but I don't know. Maybe even if I know what the scales and weights are, can I understand what that means? And there are others who talk about reason transparency. I need to know why. But sometimes I also want to know not only why, I want to know how you got this. Is your data clean? And so there is no consensus in what it actually means, and it makes us, one way or another, stuck. Sorry, now do you see the full screen? Because I've been told that you saw what I wrote on the side. I'll try to talk as we're going to continue, and I'll just try to show this again. So at the end of the day, we really want to know, why did you reach one decision or another? And we offer a framework to try and solve this problem. First thing is we offer a very simple model. We say, you know what? The high road is to explain any decision you made. The high road that even if you're using an AI, we want you to provide an explanation. or we want you to provide whatever you would provide if it were a decision made by a human being. But we know that technically this isn't feasible and possible when you come to a specific typical AI networks, such as, neural networks, or even decision forests, whatever you want to choose. And it is impossible. It really doesn't, it's technically impossible. Even if you give some sort of explanation, means nothing. So then we offer an alternative, what we call a seal of approval with a 3-stage test. Now, I have to give some caveats. The seal of approval will not always be available, but it will be available, and I'll explain when, and after I explain what I actually mean when I talk about this seal of approval. So I'm actually talking about a 3-stage test, which essentially checks, and let's simplify, what's coming in, what's being used, and what's the output. The first thing we want to check, and this is not a mathematical test, but an ethical test, and it's a legitimate purposes. Before I'm telling you that I'm okay with not having an explanation, I really want to know that the intended purposes of this algorithm are legal and ethical. Let's say you're going to create an algorithm which is supposed to circumvent human will, then no matter how well it works, I don't want it, and I'm not going to give it a seal of approval. The second thing is this test is a purely mathematical and statistical test, which comes to say, is the data being used clean, adequate, has been verified, and does it fit the purposes? All of these issues, any statistician knows that should be there, but when we're talking on the discourse between computer scientists, mathematicians, statisticians, and sometimes legal experts, this gets lost in translation. The fact that let's say I create an HR AI that helps me decide who to employ, if it's been tested 20 years ago in a male environment, it may not be applicable to this environment in 2024. If it was tested in Africa, it's not relevant necessarily to Asia. If it's relevant to Israel, it isn't necessarily relevant to the US. And of course, if you only checked it on 50 people, maybe it's not relevant at all when you're going to implement it on thousands. What I'm saying is supposed to be a no-brainer, but the problem is inherent. The second test, the third final test, sorry, it's moving in the wrong direction, is of course the correct implementation. Okay, let's say you have this wonderful data coming in, it's good purposes, but you're implementing on it when the case is easier for you, it's not being equally used, it's not being updated, it's not being tested for mistakes, and therefore at some stage loses viability because, we need to update things all the time, especially when we're talking about sometimes software which can impact rights. And our claim is, my claim specifically here, is that this process, this 3-stage test, can be used in some cases in lieu of the original explainability requirement. Let's be clear, this is not good for all cases. There are certain cases within the jurisdiction, within the legal system where it's not relevant. In cases where an explanation is inherent to the process, let's say the criminal law, where you need the explanation in order to justify what the nation is doing to the private person, sending him to jail, even sending him to death, it's inapplicable. AI, which cannot explain itself, cannot be the tool. And I do not think legally what we allow for the 3-stage test is a viable substitution for normal explainability. I also wouldn't use it if we're going to violate fundamental human rights. In these types of cases, I would be very hesitant of using a substitute for explainability, full explainability, and even full transparency with regards to also fishbowl and reason. Only when you have cases where you can use both, when you can use the second set of cases that the human rights that are being impacted are not that critical, and if you don't use it, you won't have a solution. Now, we have to admit, the advantage of the solution is that it allows a flexible and efficient method to actually use AI even when we don't have a technical capability of using explainability, giving old school fashioned explainability, which is really important because a lot of places, let's not forget, the human people that are currently being used are either not really good, not really present, the government doesn't have enough personnel. Maybe we can really improve the service that we provide to people by using AI. I think it's quite clear that there are not enough doctors, and if we could replace some of them with diagnostic AI tools, it would be much better. And this system allows that, even if you don't have explainability, even if your machine doesn't have a good explainability for the 3D evaluation it did for your eyes to check whether you have problem resulting from blood pressure, then the solution is good, and this will allow some sort of standardization that will allow it to be used in licensing. But it has its challenges. It's not perfect. The first, it's technology dependent. And in that case, maybe it won't be relevant if new AI comes, which is explainable, and therefore everything I wrote here may be redundant. The second is it may cause a problem. I'm going to require a lot of documentation from companies, right? I'm going to have to prove the database is clean. I'm going to have to show you a mathematical process. You're going to have to create a lot. And now, if you're a small company or a startup, this may be quite detrimental to your work. This may cause problems with innovation. I'm not sure it's a not decent price tag to pay when you're inflicting potential harm on fundamental rights. But let's be honest, I think it's a decent requirement for AI used in contexts that can harm fundamental rights, and while still allowing for new technology to be involved. Now, I wanted to show this presentation in front of computer scientists and people involved with data to show that the discourse between legal doctrines and statisticians is crucial, and we need to provide solutions to allow technology to be used, but with discourse with you guys to make sure that when it's coming in, it won't be misused, it won't be abused, and it won't provide mistakes. Because one of the main problems I see right now with the use of AI, especially from government agencies, that sometimes when we notice that mistakes had been made was far too late, after a lot of damage has been caused, because individually people do not know that they've been abused or the mistakes were conducted on them, and we only find out later on. And these kinds of solutions, I think, are critical to allow for new technology and innovative technology to enter into the market. One case which I would like to talk about, which was an example of a failure, was the Syri case in the Netherlands. They used an algorithmic systems which took data from a lot of government databases to decide whether somebody was frauding on his welfare. The problem was that they would not talk about anything about how they did it, where they did it. They just said, this flagged you for investigation. This actually went to the courts, and the Supreme Court of the Netherlands said, listen, if you're not providing explanations, if you're not providing a reasonable account of how you reached any decision, then we can't justify the infringement of privacy. This becomes illegal. And this is a very important statement, because if they would have used some sort of three-stage model saying, listen, we can't explain anything, but we'll show you, we're good intention. These are the databases we use. This is the criteria. We've checked it. It's not biased. It's not discriminating anybody. It's fair. Maybe, I don't know, but maybe this could have gotten a seal of approval by the Dutch and the European courts. At the end of the day, it didn't, and the welfare fraud detection system was disqualified, even though potentially it could have been very beneficial to the state, because let's admit it, the program was used because people were defrauding the states at several stages. So this is a wonderful case to see that lack of discourse and lack of thought creates problems. So I'll stop sharing and then you'll see my face. So I wanted to offer the public here a mechanism which tries to simplify a term that everybody uses, but nobody actually said what they meant. I'm trying to say what I mean when I talk about algorithmic transparency, and I also say it in a way that I think computer scientists, programmers, and CEOs in different companies will understand well what I want from them and how I want it to be done. It's either full explainability or a seal of approval process. It's very clear what you have to share. You will have to share it according to the policies in your country, according to the specific market. It will change from place to place. The same disclosure required by the FDA is not the same disclosure required if you're, I don't know, if you're creating an AI to decide what type of dog it is. But at least you have a structure we can talk about and we can implement together. So I spoke even 2 minutes less than I was told to, and I'm giving the floor back because I don't see from where I am the audience. So thank you for listening to me, and I hope it was interesting.
Gaddy?
I have a hot echo.
Question from audience? Transparency from the in-term perspective, the legitimate view or some other, purpose. So when we talk about the recent, advance in AI, like OpenAI, which they released a lot of very popular tools like ChatGPT 3.4.0, and recently it released the OpenAI 01 preview, and some scientists will argue, like Yan Kun, which is previous the Meta, some research leader. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hi, Gaddy. You're muted, or sorry, you are muted.
I didn't understand. I didn't hear anything. It was rounding back and forth. I'm really sorry. Maybe you can try again, or if not, maybe somebody can write and they'll try to answer. I thought you talked about OpenAI. I'm right?
I'm asking, can you give some comments on the OpenAI transparency? Because recently they released like a 01 preview. Some research scientists argue they only share some very basic, detail, not full detail, technology detail, arithmetic detail. They only share some information on the blocks, and they didn't share a lot of detail under, underneath the 01 preview, which maybe people like open source, right? So what do you think about this? I mean, for this type of AI transparency.
Okay, let me say something very clear about the large companies and the way they're managing themselves and how currently what the state is. The current state regarding the software up and being used, ChatGPT, Anthropic's, Claude, and all of these are currently lacking any sort of regulation, are being used without any required stops. It's some sort of self-regulation. They're claiming it's only test purposes, but things are coming out without the required testing. I see very little adherence to minimal procedures, which I would have required as a regulator in any other field. I think it's even worse. I think they're telling you we're hallucinating, we're saying stuff. They're not willing to tell you anything about the data coming in. A lot of the places are not telling you anything about the data coming in. I think it's detrimental to fundamental right if the situation continues like it is. I'm willing to allow for some sort of, adjustment period. What's happening now seems fine if it will continue for a short period since it's new technology, but we can't allow it to continue to go like this. You can't allow software being developed without any way of standardization. You know, I'm here in front of IEEE. You know, you have standards in everything. What happened here? Why don't we even have the basics? I think if I got your question right because of the echo, I really believe the current situation has nothing to do with basic practices.
Question from audience. Okay, thank you, Getty. Thank you very much for your presentation. And this is the last presentation for this section. And we will have a lunch break from, we will come back at 2:15 to continue our sections. And I hope you enjoy your lunch in the main hall. Thank you, everyone.
If I was asked anything, I can't hear anything, sorry.
All right, I believe they couldn't get the audio fixed, so.
Let's exit here. This is fine. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Right, so this is the Mac here. And he's in the meeting with us. So the audio should be coming out. Don't mind if I do. Chargers here. Okay. Wait. Da da da. Dee 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 dee. Okay. Great. Booth. Did it? Did it? Did it? Did it? Did it? Did it? Oh, that's weird. I should be hearing something. I see the signal. Why am I not hearing anything?
Probably off in the mains.
Oh, right, it is.
Okay.
It's looping back into the microphone here. So let me move away. Testing, testing. Hello, hello, hello. All good, all good. Okay. So there's no looping there. So that's fine. Okay, now turn on the talk back and let's try to talk.
I should set the talk back to the broadcaster.
Yeah, talkback is already on the TriCaster, I think.
Yeah, turn off in the page.
Let me boost the volume on the Mac. I'm not hearing you. I don't.
Oh, maybe it's not prepaid.
Okay.
Hello, 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 hello.
Talk.
Hello, 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 hello.
Yeah, it's looping. It's looping.
Yeah.
Okay. So we need to figure that out. Okay, so real quick, let's go over the signal flow. Okay. Talk back to board. TriCaster. TriCaster to laptop to Mac. And then that loops back to the TriCaster.
The Mac loops back.
Oh, yeah, because the NDI audio. So that's what's creating the loop.
So we don't want to hear.
So at that point, oh, okay, that's that makes sense. Let's try this. I'm gonna pull my board in. All right, talk through the talkback now. Yeah, nothing. Wait.
That's you.
Keep. Yeah. That's not gonna work. Yeah. Because I feel the board and then that stops it at the very beginning.
So it's looping from this Mac output into here.
Yeah, it's looping. Oh, you know what? What if I just do this? Okay, so I just need to mute this laptop here. I think that's the answer.
You won't hear him.
Well, no, because he's a separate participant.
Okay.
So I just need to mute. Ooh, but can I mute people on my side? Keep that in Zoom.
Can you do it on this one?
Yeah, but if I mute it, it doesn't mute for everyone in the meeting?
Yeah.
Say, no, I just need to mute a participant on Zoom, but not mute them for everyone else. Because that would solve the issue.
Who's this? Okay.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying though, right?
Yeah.
Can you do that on Zoom? I don't know.
You one person?
Yeah, I
mean, you right click on it, right?
Yeah, right clicked it. Didn't really give me options.
This is yourself.
No, that's the Mac. Remember, because the Mac is what's sending this video. I mean, that's the laptop.
Okay.
Yeah, first of all, let's remove a pin. Okay.
So basically you want...
Yes, I need to mute the audio coming out of here on this side.
Yeah, so you want the audio coming out of here You want to hear him, but you don't want to hear.
Yeah, I don't want to hear the laptop here. That's the issue. Oh, my bad. Okay. Let's look it up. Zoom, can I mute other participants? Only for myself.
No,
I don't think you can. Let's see. Looks like people keep asking for it, but Zoom is not letting people do it. Okay, you know what? Ooh. No. Because I'm trying to think, even if we did a breakout room, that wouldn't really solve the problem.
there's got to be a better way.
Yeah, I know other applications that could solve this issue pretty easily, but it's not what we need to do within Zoom.
Yeah. So we want to hear him from the Mac, but we don't want to hear ourselves.
Yeah. The other potential solution is just to try to do everything on one machine. Which is what I want to do, but Scan Converter sucks balls on Windows.
Yeah, but why can't you
and yeah, webcam is not good here.
It's not good here.
So instead of being called webcam, it's called virtual input. And no, one second. All right.
Why don't we just do it the old-fashioned way? You have like the HDMI input for the Mac.
See, if I don't, we could add one.
Yeah, if we just do it the old-fashioned way, just run a wire from the TriCaster, and that way we have it all out of one computer.
We could do that, but then it shows everything because it's just mirroring your screen. So I prefer like a more seamless view that you can get with like a scan converter type solution. So we figured out what the issue was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the issue is that since we're joined on the Mac here, and the Mac is hearing the audio from the laptop, which is also getting the audio, it's taking all of that in and then looping it back. So we need to find a way to, if we could just mute individual participants on Zoom, that would solve it, but you can't.
Individual participants? Yeah, you can't mute other people.
Yeah, if someone is muted, they're muted for everybody.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I got you.
So look for a way to either do that,
I think
a
we
hardwired connection.
Yeah, we should just do one computer.
Or a way to put it all on one machine. So I might spend some time working on getting Scan Converter to properly work on Windows, because maybe it's just best to do all on the laptop.
Yeah, because it's just like the signal flow is like overcomplicated for that.
Yeah, enjoy your time with your sister. All right.
So they have a break until 2:15.
Yeah. Okay, so screen capture Ajax. I'm gonna try this one more time. See if this actually works. Because every time I try, it doesn't. Might be like a third-party program that lets you also do that.
I can join the meeting with Michael Levitt while you do this if you want.
You'll see. What time is the Michael Levitt meeting?
3 minutes.
Huh?
3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay.
But there's no Zoom link or anything.
No, I think he's coming to meet us in person.
Oh.
Yeah, like this is like a in-person thing. Okay, I'm gonna try this. Let's see if I can get it in there. See if it actually works at all. Yeah, so the screen is black right now.
This is Scan Converter?
That's Windows version of it, where it doesn't get work. Let's see if I can get it to work. Video guy. You know what? Let's try the non-HX version. Maybe that'll work. I don't think we need super high quality. We just need it to work. I mean, Zoom already looks shitty enough, to be honest. All right, let's try this. I told you it wasn't great. Okay, we're just gonna do the whole screen because, oh. Okay. All right, that's good. X that out. Okay. Let's check our settings. Okay, audio source. We don't need an audio source here at all on the speaker side. Maybe a little bit of system audio since this is always muted anyways. Frame rate, sure, that's fine. This is all fine. Fine. Okay. That'll work. Nothing? That's nothing. One of the things I actually think I did get it working once on my computer here. Seven. That's not going to be right. Yeah, I don't know if you think it should work though. It's never worked for me.
Yeah.
Another option, I guess, is trying to make it all happen on that. Print, not to essentially run outputs from it, but that might also be an option. See.
Why can't you run it all from the laptop?
Because the issue with it right now, I'm not getting anything.
Oh, yeah. We could run an HDMI from the laptop too.
Yeah, if we go the hardwired route. I said for not to do that, but
yeah,
that might be an option. This is like weird, but that's what it is.
Do like 11 seconds around, so it's not just keep waiting.
Thanks.